What's up, y'all? Back again today with a very special video. Can y'all hear me? Let me know if y'all can hear me when you come in the chat. I'm gonna go ahead and start straight into it. As you know, tonight's gonna probably be a on the run class, so we're not gonna have the official class. I told you I'm gonna try to do an official class maybe every other week for right now. I'm just in stacking season, grinding season. So if y'all can hear me, let me know. Um, I have these little earphones right here, but last time I used them, I don't like the way the audio sounded. So let me know if you could hear. Let me know if you could hear me, clearly. I did get a new phone, so last time I was recording on my phone, and my phone was cracked, so you probably couldn't hear me too well. So right now, let me know if there's an echo, if it sounds clear enough, or if I should put the headphones in. I don't know if these headphones are good though. I mean, they're Sony, but last time I used them, they were just whack as fuck. Anyway, y'all, shout out to y'all. We're gonna have a little discussion tonight. I'm a little earlier than usual. I tried to do a little early, a little earlier, just because I don't like to be, having y'all out too late. So peace to y'all. Peace to whoever's going to come in the chat tonight. I'm going to give it a little time for everybody to get in the chat. But tonight we're going to be having a really good discussion. Let's see what we got going on. What up, Infinite Charms? Infinite Charms. Did you hear what Akon said? That's pretty much what we're going to be talking about tonight, guys. I mean, obviously we're going to talk about some more stuff, but it's going to be an informal class. But I do want to talk about what Akon said because it really brings a lot of perspective into the discussion that we've been having for years now, right? Um, for a few years, actually, we've been having this discussion about, is black, what is black? Let's just call it that. Let's just say, what is black? This is the discussion we've been having. And before I even get started with that, let me say something real quick. Let me go ahead and get the particulars out of the way because I know YouTube gonna trip on my ass. By the way, like I said, if you can hear me loud and clear, Yaya's kids, can you hear me? Am I clear right now, or should I try to put in the headphones? Do not let me listen back to this stream and it sounds like I'm 500 feet away. If I sound like a big echo, or if you can't hear me, let me know, please. I'll try to put these headphones in, even though I don't think these headphones work too good right now. So I do want to let it be known real quick that the quote-unquote federal law allows citizens such as myself to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without the authorization of the copyright holder. Now, this is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and/or parody, which does not infringe under copyright 17 USC 107. In YouTube, I'm just going to let you know right now, I do not expect you to be playing with my numbers. I'm not going to go too crazy tonight. I'm just going to have a regular discussion. I can't even go crazy and scream and all this stuff because I'm in a discreet remote location. So please, YouTube, do not fuck up my internet, and do not fuck up my viewers, and do not fuck up my views. Do not fuck up my likes. None of that shit, YouTube. I'm not playing with your ass today. Moving forward, okay? Somebody put that in the chat. Moving forward, like I said, federal law allows citizens such as myself to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video disc under certain circumstances without the authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and/or parody, which does not enter copyright. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Hey, y'all, give me 1 second. Hashtag stick with me. Put that in the chat. Hashtag stick with me, y'all. Hashtag stick with me in the chat. All right, y'all. Seven's in the chat. Put a 7 in the chat if you're with me, guys. Whew, shit. Do me a favor. Put a 7 in the chat. Hello, hello. Can y'all hear me? What the fuck? Can y'all hear me? Whew. All right. 7 in the chat if you can hear me, Tahuti. Forgive me for the technical difficulties, guys. You already know what it is. Let me get this off the screen. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Forgive me for the technical difficulties. Now, without further ado, we have a lot to talk about tonight, guys. We have a whole lot to talk about tonight. Where do we start? How are you guys doing tonight? Am I loud and clear? Remember, if you cannot hear me, or if I sound fuzzy, if I sound far away, please let me know right now so that when I do this stream, it sounds good later. Now, everybody says I'm good. Yaya's kids. De facto. Tahuti in the house. Infinite Charms in the house. Who else is in the house tonight? Let's also get some more people in the chat. And just so you know, I'm not going to be able to scream and all that type of stuff like I usually do. I'm on the run, remote location, discreet location, runaway slave gang. it is what it is. I'll tell you about it some other day. For now, tonight's online pro bono interactive learning course, by the way, this is still an online, somebody put that in the chat. This is still an online pro bono interactive learning course, okay? Just so you know. This is still an online pro bono interactive learning course in which, like, my shout out to my people at patreon.com/J-LEETHAL7. You can support me for as little as $3 a month. And shout out to Yaya's kids. Before we even get started, shout out to my Yaya's kids. I meant to tell you this last time, Yaya's kids. And I want to show you guys something before I even get started. Hold on. Because this is why all of this streaming stuff is important. I told you last time I'm a fucking YouTuber. That's not the only thing I did. And and truthful enough, I used to run away from that title. You understand? I used to run away from the title of being a YouTuber. Hold on, why can't I used to run away from the title of being a YouTuber. Now, I say, okay, I'll be a YouTuber. Because guess what? In the last days, it's kind of a good thing to be a journalist in the last days. I mean, think about it. Think about being a journalist during Armageddon. Think about being an honest news reporter during Armageddon. But enough on that. We'll talk about more about that later. I want to give a shout out to Yaya's kids because I got this. Where the hell is all my stuff? I'm on my phone right now, guys, so it's a little different than. Oh, I know what I did. It's a little different than using my laptop. So I'm on my phone right now, so forgive me if I'm not as quick on the draw. But shout out to Yaya's kids. Look at this, y'all. From Yaya's kids. Isn't this amazing? And remember, the reason why I'm showing you guys this stuff is not to brag or boast, and it's definitely not to put one person over the other or try to make it seem like somebody's contribution isn't enough. For instance, if you're not in a financial position to donate anything, I'm not tripping on that. You guys know I'm not tripping on that. And so, or at least I hope you know I'm not tripping on that. So the fact of the matter is, I need you guys to understand I was doing YouTube for 5 years before I even made a Patreon, before I made a Cash App or anything. I was doing YouTube for 5 years. I never asked for $1. So now that I've opened up my line for donations, this is something big for me because imagine, think about it. I only have 400, let's just say 450 subscribers. Out of my 450 subscribers, look at the type of donations I'm getting. Look at the type of love that I'm getting. Because this isn't even about money. This is more so about love. Think about it. If somebody sends you this money, they have to support your message. They have to support your message. And this is a Black woman who sent this. So shout out to you, Yaya's kids. And remember, I appreciate all of y'all, even if you're not in a position to financially contribute. I did want to bring this up too. When I got this, I got this donation from Yaya's kids, and it was $100. Somebody put that in the chat. Oh my gosh! Now, mind you, I can't be. Hold on. Listen, I cannot be loud tonight, guys, because I'm already being too loud, and I'm not going to be able to be that loud. But Think about it. I woke up to $100. Think about it, $100 donation, and I had no freaking idea. Can you believe this? No freaking idea.
Oh my God! Wow! Oh my God!
And this isn't the first time that I've got a donation and I just out of nowhere. And I'm like, wow, people really do fuck with me. And that means a lot because remember I told you I've been kicked out of school, expelled, suspended, detention, everything, arrested, everything you can imagine. I've been fired. I got fired like 2 months ago. Not even barely 2 months ago. I just got fired. So for you guys to come through for me, I really appreciate that. But let me show you something real quick before I even begin my message to. And thank you guys for being here. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me tonight. Now, Yaya's kids sent me $100, and immediately I said, "Oh wow, this reminds me of something else. Look at this. I don't know if you guys ever seen this, but this is the somebody put that in the chat, the Proud to Pay campaign. The Proud to Pay campaign. So what up, Jay? Um, Jay, you ever heard of the Proud to Pay campaign with Nipsey Hussle? Basically, this was what Nipsey Hussle did when he was alive. It says here, in a world of greedy label execs and controlling industry figures, Nipsey Hussle wanted to empower the artists, leading to the creation of Proud to Pay, a campaign centered around his mixtape Crenshaw. Hussle created 1,000 copies of his signed mixtape and charged $100 for them. Now, maybe some of y'all know about that. Some of y'all might not know about that. But this is something that Nipsey was doing when he was alive. And I remember when he did it because I was like, damn, that's crazy. Like $100 for the mixtape. But even then, I understood what he was doing, right? Because he was, if anybody knows anything about Nipsey Hussle, he was very into entrepreneurship. He was very into direct to consumers. So he was about cutting out the middleman. Somebody put that in the chat. All money in, no money out. So Nipsey Hussle came up with. He didn't come up with the slogan, but he championed the slogan "All money in." So Nipsey created his own fan base based off of his hard work and his dedication, right? And then once he started to gain enough notoriety through his hard work and determination and his organic fan base, he was then in a position to be able to put out a project and charge $100 for it. Now somebody might say, you know, why would he why who's gonna buy $100 mixtape? You see this right here? It says a mixtape. He made 1,000 copies of his mixtape and he signed it and he charged $100 for it. And did you know that he sold out within the first, I don't know, the first day, the first 2 days, he sold out. And a lot of people were wondering how he sold out. Because think about it. Okay, let's do the math. You know, I'm not that good at math, guys, but what up, Maximus? Maximus, let's do the math tonight. And by the way, guys, if I'm ever sounding too blurry or something or too distorted, please put the number 1 in the chat if you can't hear me. I need you to be able to hear me. Let's do the math. What is 1,000 copies times $100? Let's try to figure that out. So if somebody puts out a project, let's just say I have 450 subscribers, right? Like right now I have 450 subscribers. And then I put out a project, whatever kind of project it is, a documentary. I put out a line of clothing. I put out a movie. I put out some art, and I make 1,000 copies, and each copy is $100. Let's just say I sold 1,000 copies for $100. Jay says you can make 100,000. Listen closely. If you make 1,000 copies of something, right? Listen closely because this is really important. All you need is 1,000 purchases of $100, and you've made $100,000 in a day.
What?
I don't know if remember, I'm not good at math, so I don't know. But my nigga Jay says 100,000 in a day if you put out a mixtape and charge $100. And that's what Nipsey Hussle did. And guess what? It sold out in about a day or less than a week. Let's just say it sold out in less than a week. So in in less than 7 days, this black man made $100,000 organically. Somebody put that in the chat. $100,000 organically that he didn't have to pay any middleman. It was straight to the consumer. And think about it. This is why it was called the Proud to Pay campaign. The reason why it was called the Proud to Pay campaign is because the consumer, the customer, the supporter, the fan, the loved one, the people who's been watching and supporting Nipsey Hussle, they were proud to pay $100 for this art from Nipsey because they love him and they support him and they trust him and they know he's not trying to bamboozle them. So they're willing to spend their hard-earned money for what he's offering. So when it comes down to somebody like, for instance, any of my people, because mind you, I don't want to just single out Yaya's kids. That was just one of the most recent donations I have gotten. But yeah, Yaya's kids, she sent $100. She says she's proud to pay because she sees the commitment that I'm bringing to the platform. And I think that that is dope. I think that that's dope. And not only is it dope, it also gives me more motivation to continue. And it makes me feel like I'm finally doing something that I'm successful at. Can somebody put that in the chat? I'm finally doing something that I'm successful at and that other people can see the value in what I'm bringing to the table. Because I never knew what value I gave to the world. Now people are showing me that I'm giving them value. I'm not shaking my ass. I'm not doing drugs. Well, I might smoke a little weed, but you know, that's not my platform. Matter of fact, most of the time I'm smoking weed is when the videos are showing. I'm not sitting here with a blunt in my mouth all day because I have to talk to you guys because I take this thing very seriously, okay? So when I say I'm a YouTuber, that's what the fuck I am. I'm a YouTuber because I told you before, the nurses are not even the nurses anymore. Ask yourself how many registered nurses, these nurses that work 80 hours, ask yourself how many percentage of them actually love their job. How many percentage of these nurses actually wake up and go to sleep thinking about helping other people and saving lives versus, oh yeah, I got this registered nurse job and I'm making 85,000 a year and I get a bunch of overtime and blah 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 blah. Ask yourself, the nurses aren't even the nurses in the hospitals. The police aren't even the police. The military, I talked about it last time. The military, the people in the military, the American military, think about it. Your friends and family who join the army, especially if they're black or Latino, your friends and family who join the military, they don't give a fuck about serving this country. That's not why we join the army. So if our soldiers aren't, think about it, the soldiers aren't even there because they believe in the war. They don't even believe in what they're fighting for. So I'm a YouTuber. Nice to meet you. My name is J-LEETHAL. And if you haven't seen me before, that's because YouTube hates me, and that's because YouTube deleted my first channel. Speaking of YouTube, let me talk about this real quick. This is another thing. I'm just gonna be talking my shit tonight. Look at this, y'all. I got a fucking email. Somebody put that in the chat. I got an email from YouTube.
Kill that noise, man. Let's just get the shit.
The shit. The shit. You'll get the shit. You'll be knee deep in the shit.
Somebody put that in the chat. I got a fucking email. Mami Rica! Everybody welcome Mami Rica to the chat. She's an old school family. Old school from the last channel. And then my channel got deleted. Think about this. Mami Rica, it's beautiful to see you. I'm so glad to see you're here. I'm so glad to see you're healthy and happy. I'm so glad to see you're still fighting. Class, please welcome Mami Rica. She's old school. She's from the first channel. Now listen, Mami Rica, there's a lot to catch up on. So just pull up a chair and get in here. Now listen, Mami Rica. The last channel I had, my first channel, I had over 3,000 subscribers. They deleted my entire channel, all the videos and all my subscribers. I had to go from 3,000 subscribers all the way to 0. And I just talked about how my subscribers love me. Like some of my subscribers, look at Yaya's kids recently sent me $100. Also, Pedro B, look at Pedro B. He's not in the chat right now. I don't think Pedro B's in the chat, but shout out to Pedro B. If Pedro B comes in the chat, let him know too. Look at Pedro B sent me a $50. These are big numbers, guys. I don't know if you know this, but I only have like 450 subscribers. I'm not supposed to be getting these big ass cash apps. The reason why is because the same people who was on my channel before, they found me again, and they're starting to find me again. Like Mami Rica, she remembers my channel got deleted, and she came across my, somehow the stars aligned, and now she's back. So shout out to all my people. But let me show you this email I got from YouTube the other day. Look at this, guys. Now this is important because I don't know what the fuck this is about. Maybe you guys can help me figure this out. Put the number 7 in the chat if you can hear me. So I got this email the other day, and I don't know what I should think about this. Maybe you guys can help me. So it says, "Hi there." Mind you, this is an official email from YouTube. Okay, I'm a content creator on YouTube, and so they'll send you certain emails and stuff when you're a content creator. Like when you get a strike or you get your channel deleted or whatever the fuck, they'll send you an email, right? So this is an official email from YouTube from the other day. It says, "Hi there. The YouTube community outreach team regularly reaches out to users who may not otherwise get an opportunity to share their thoughts with us." Now read the second paragraph with me, guys. It says, "We're reaching out to you because members of the community were concerned about some of the comments you've posted onto YouTube.
Bitch, you better be joking.
Did you hear that, guys? Did you hear that? YouTube said they're reaching specifically out to J-Lethal because, quote unquote, members, whoever the fuck these guys are, members of the community were concerned about some of the comments I posted on YouTube.
What?
Immediately, now mind you, my channel has been deleted before. So immediately I'm thinking, oh shit, they're about to give me another strike. Fuck, they're about to delete me. I already have a bunch of strikes on YouTube. I have to try to get them taken off and all this other. I'm like, oh fuck. And then I said, wait a minute. You're concerned. Wait, I'm gonna read some comments. Do you guys see this? It says I'm concerned. YouTube is concerned about some of the comments. And then that's the thing. Some comments out of all the shit that I put online on my videos, you're concerned about some goddamn comments? Listen, let me just say this because I got to move forward. Hey, YouTube, I'm going to just tell you this very honestly. Me and YouTube, we go way back. Listen here, YouTube. You've already deleted my first channel. You know what it is with me and you. I told you before, I'm going to try my best to not cross that line, but I'm going to have to walk on the line. Can somebody put that in the chat? I'm going to try my best not to cross the line because, YouTube and Google and Mark Zuckerberg, they have a clear line. So I don't want to cross their line, but I have to walk on the line, okay? There's no law against walking on the line. You said don't cross the line. I'm on the line. I haven't crossed it. So, with that being said, I need you to politely back the fuck up, okay? All this shit talking about we're reaching out to you because members of the community were concerned about some of the comments you posted on YouTube. Listen, respectfully, YouTube, I said what the fuck I said. I don't give a damn. And mind you, I post a lot of comments on fucking YouTube and Instagram. And some of my comments be getting thousands of likes, thousands of comments on my fucking. I post a random fucking comment in a comment section. It get hundreds of fucking likes. So I don't know what comment they're talking about. How about this, YouTube? How about you take a screenshot of the motherfucking comment that you telling me I'm supposed to feel some type of way about? I'm supposed to apologize. Hold on. Let me get this shit out my head. Because this shit is in my head. My fucking face. Listen here, YouTube. How about you get out my fucking business, YouTube? How about that? Okay? How about you allow me to say what the fuck I have to say? And if you're gonna give me a strike, you give me a fucking strike. Or how about you take a screenshot of whatever comment was made concerning to you, and then you tell me what the fuck is wrong with what I said, because the one thing that YouTube cannot do is tell me that I was wrong. Have you noticed that? You could say I'm harassing. You could say this and that and all this other shit. You could say that I contradicted the expert consensus from the local health authorities at the World Health Organization. But what you cannot fucking say is that I was wrong, just flat out false. You can't say that. So how about you let me do what I do and leave me alone and stop with these condescending, passive aggressive ass emails? Do you see this passive aggressive ass email? Look at this. The YouTube community outreach team regularly reaches out to users who may not otherwise get an opportunity to share their thoughts with us. We're reaching out to you because members of the community were concerned about some of the comments you posted onto YouTube. We'd like to hear about your experience. Please take a moment to complete our survey and share your thoughts. We're here to listen. After you take the survey, someone from our team may follow up to better understand your feedback.
You're a stupid dumbass. Dumbass.
YouTube, you really thought I was about to take a survey? If you've been watching my channel like I know you have, you know I'm not about to do no motherfucking survey. What am I gonna say? Matter of fact, maybe I should do the survey. What do you guys think? They told me, J-Lethal, why don't you do the survey and tell us how we can be better? Tell us what's wrong, J-Lethal. Tell us what's wrong. Maybe you can tell us what's wrong and do the survey. Maybe I should do the fucking survey and tell them, okay, how is it that you deleted my channel for words from my motherfucking mouth, but you let Lil Nas X get butt naked and twerk on the devil's dick? And that reached #1 on your platform, but you're telling me that you're protecting children? Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, does anybody know the name of tonight's online pro bono interactive learning course in which, and by the way, this is an informal class. You see, I just got the beanie on, the hoodie on. We don't even got the background. We don't got the green screen. I can't even be too loud, but we got a publish. Does anybody know the name of tonight's online pro bono interactive learning course in which like-minded and some not so like-minded individuals gather in order to discuss nuanced, sometimes controversial topics so that we may all possibly gain a motherfucking further level of clarity and understanding moving forward? Does anybody know the name? What up, Solo Dolo? Seventh house? Seventh house in the building. Everybody give seventh house a good introduction. We want to make it a beautiful family for all of us. By the way, again, shout out to you, Mami Rika. It's good to see you in the chat. You're going to have fun tonight, even though I'm not going to be able to bring you the official class. Like, I usually have a green screen and stuff behind me. If you go watch some of my most recent live streams, you'll see I have the green screen behind me and all this cool stuff. But right now I'm just smooth jazz the wave. I'm just chilling. We're just talking regular people. Just a regular live stream, but we are gonna talk our shit. So what is the name of tonight's online pro bono interactive learning course in which like-minded and some not so like-minded individuals gather in order to discuss nuanced and sometimes controversial topics so that we may all possibly gain a motherfucking further level of clarity, understanding, moving forward? Does anybody know the name? Infinite Charms. What's the name of the night's online pro bono learning course? It's a good one too. It's a real good one. We talked about it before, but we're going to talk about it again. In tonight's online pro bono learning course is brought to you by McBride Sisters Sparkling Fruit Rosé. Remember, if you're ever going to bring me some rosé, if you're ever going to bring me a drink, bring me rosé. And if you're going to bring me rosé, don't go get the $5.99 rosé. At least spend $17, $18 on some rosé for you. And also, if you're going to get some rosé, make sure it has at least 12% alcohol. You see that? Hold on, let's see. I don't know if you can see that. This is 12.5% alcohol. Also, if you're going to get me some rosé, make sure it has the champagne top, the champagne top. Don't bring me the twist top because the twist top is just bland. It's just, there's no pop, there's no sparkle, there's no bubbles. Why the fuck am I gonna do champagne with no bubbles? Now talk to me in the chat. What's the name of tonight's class? Yes, yes. What's the name of tonight's class? Did you hear what the fuck Akon said? Did you hear what the fuck he said? I can't even get loud tonight, guys. I need you guys to get loud in the chat for me. Get loud, get obnoxious, get angry, get belligerent, get reckless in the chat tonight. I'm giving you all fucking go ahead to get reckless in the chat so I can put your comment up on the screen, because I can't scream tonight because I have these people. I don't know who's watching me. Okay? I'm a runaway slave. I don't know who's watching. Now, let's get straight into it. Yes. Let's get straight into it, shall we?
Amen.
So go get the fucking vaccine and stop being stupid, hoe!
Who are you feeling at the moment, like music wise, out of the new people, the new as a
Federal law allows citizens such as myself to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs without the authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism. Federal law allows citizens such as myself to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without the authorization of the copyright holder. Now, this is called fair use, which is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, and/or parody, which does not infringe under copyright 17 USC 107. YouTube, don't try to give me a copyright strike for this shit. I'm just reacting. Like all these goofy niggas on YouTube react to videos all day. I'm reacting.
who are you feeling at the moment, like music wise, out of the new people, the new as a veteran and a OG in this thing? Do you just sit back and watch and be like, yeah, I like this person, this is this, or I'm not happy with the music right now, or this is blah?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I ain't gonna lie to you. I was demotivated for a long time in music. I just felt like it wasn't a traditional. I mean, it wasn't original enough. Like it was so copy and paste. If one person made a hit record, then everybody wanted a hit record like it, to the point where everything just sounded like one long ass song on the radio. Yeah. So it just didn't really give me no justice. But then, as the Afrobeat scene started to grow, it felt better. It gave me more energy, wanted to like, whoa. Then as that's building on the west side, on the south side, you got Amapiano growing, which is this equivalent to what our dance music is in Africa. Because when you take that tempo, when you take electro or electronic, it actually blends perfectly. So now we got culture on both sides of the aisle, right? That's when things started changing for me. But then, then you got artists like Black Sheriff, who I think is monster.
Amazing.
Like he
You was
reminds
at the
me so
Mobos the other
much of
day.
myself.
You was at the Mobos the other day, wasn't you?
Yeah, I was there.
And I was blown away by his performance.
No, he's
like,
a beast.
He's so young. I interviewed him the other day for something else that I do, and first of all, I can't believe he's 20. Second of all, I could not believe like his stage presence was so good, and like, I feel at a time now, a lot of young people, they don't know how to perform live anymore because, like you said, everything's on socials and you just go on live and all your following are just happy to see you on live now because they don't want to go out anymore either. So to see someone so young with such good stage presence, I was blown away by him.
But he's African.
Yeah.
We a little different when it comes to stage presence.
Yeah.
But he's African.
Yeah.
We a little different when it comes to stage presence. But he's African.
Yeah.
We a little different when it comes to stage presence. Now in America, oh yeah, them niggas gonna be wobbling, pants hanging half down. In America, oh yeah, them niggas gonna be wobbling, pants hanging half down.
In America, oh yeah, them niggas gonna be wobbling, pants hanging half down.
Bored as hell, half to sleep because they high as hell on stage.
Yeah.
But Africa, we wake up morning, like look at these YouTube clips of all these kids from Uganda and how they be, you know what I'm saying? Like these kids are performers. Like so for us it comes natural. Like to watch the kids from Africa, it kind of it's in their blood. Like for us it comes natural. Like to watch the kids from Africa, it kind of it's in their blood. Like it's like it's second nature. Performance is like a second nature for it. So I wasn't really surprised at all to see, Black, Sheriff the way he was just a beast. And then
Fuck you, bitch. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Back the fuck up. If I knock the fuck out you. Damn, man. Pussy. Hey, tell your kid what the fuck.
Now we got to talk about it, guys. Now we got to talk about it. Somebody put that in the chat. Who the fuck does this nigga think he is, first of all? I gotta say this, and I can't even go in. And I've thought about this for a good long time. I've thought about this for a very long time. Shout out to my nigga DeFacto. If DeFacto comes in, we'll talk to DeFacto. But I've thought about this for a long time. The first question I have for Akon, who the fuck do you think you're talking to? Or better yet, who do you think you're talking about? Who the fuck? Did you hear what the man said now? Now, convict. We're going to get into all of it tonight, guys, because this is a very important case study. Can somebody put that in the chat? Akon, or better yet, Aliyaune? How the fuck do you say this nigga's name? Aliyaune Damala Badara Akantiam. Okay, hold on. Aliyaune Damala Badara Akantiam. Okay, anyway. So this nigga's name isn't even really Akon. Somebody put that in the chat. He was lying from the beginning. Somebody put that in the chat. This nigga was lying from the beginning. We thought his first name was Akon. How come you didn't come out and say your name was Aliyaune Damala Badara? But you know what? I'm not even going to talk shit about your name because it probably means something powerful. And this is the conversation we're going to have tonight, guys. Remember, what is the one thing the one kind of conversation that we don't like having over here? Just to refresh some memory, there's some new people in the chat. There's some people who haven't been here in a while. Just to refresh your memory, what is one common conversation as Black people in America? And when I say America, I mean that place with 3 Ks. What is one conversation that we need to stick away from? The goddamn hamster wheel conversation, Jay. KJ. The hamster wheel conversation is what we need to stay away from. Why? Because, well, look at this little guy right here, this poor little fella. He's running back and forth. And if you ask him or her, they would say, I put in a lot of work today. Somebody put that in the chat. You could ask this motherfucker right here. He'll be like, I put in a whole lot of work. But then you could ask somebody else, they're going to say, well, what did that work even do? Like, what were you even doing? Like, what was the purpose? Like, did you learn anything? Did you do anything? So we don't like to have hamster wheel conversations over here. So we're going to talk tonight about Akon, or better yet, Aliyaune Damala Badara Akon Thiam. But the first thing I want y'all to understand is that I'm not trying to talk shit about Akon. Okay, I've had a few days to think this over since I first heard about the news. I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to go live immediately when I heard that shit. When I heard that video of what we just saw, and I'm gonna play it again. Hopefully I don't get a copyright strike. When I heard that shit, I wanted to go immediately live. But then I realized, I calmed down. I said, you know what? I'm busy. I gotta do this. I gotta work. I'm gonna save it for the class. So here we are. But I've had a few days to think about it, and I want to say I'm not here to shame Akon. I'm not even here to clown Akon. Sure, we're going to have some jokes. Sure, we're going to have some jokes about Akon. Like, for instance, I saw this picture earlier. Now, mind you, I don't even got to go in on Akon. Here's the thing. Some people thought I was going to go in on Akon. De facto, he sent me some receipts. By the way, de facto, I'm gonna read the rest of our DMs later. I just, I'm all over the place. Me and De facto were talking about it on the DMs and Instagram. And we was like, who the fuck this nigga think he is? And you know what? De facto was like, yeah, I know you about to roast his ass. And I said, yeah, I'm gonna roast his ass. But you know what? I've already talked about Akon a few times. We know Akon has the fake hairline. Somebody put that in the chat. Let's just get it all out the way so that we can have the real conversation. Let's just get all the jokes out the way because I'm not even in the mood to joke with this nigga, to be honest, bro. You know, you joke with somebody when you kind of fuck with them a little bit or whatever the case. They have some redeemable qualities. But this nigga Akon, or better yet, Ali Ame, whatever the fuck, I don't like the way this nigga been talking real spicy lately. So let's just get it out the way. Yes, he has a fake ass hairline that he got from Greece. Somebody put that in the chat. And isn't that the perfect fucking place to get it from? Talk to me in the chat. This nigga got his hairline. He went to Greece with that slick ass. Isn't that a ironic metaphor? He went to Greece for that greasy ass, slick ass toupee on this nigga's head. This nigga said, give me the slickest toupee you have. I don't give a damn how noticeable it is. Just put it on my head. You see, this is the type of nigga that spends his whole time talking about what black people need to do. But then he gets some money and runs to the red man to go get some surgery on his hairline. Because you wanted to look like a black American all along, Akon. But we're not even going to go in on your ass, nigga. Matter of fact, niggas was going in on you online. Look at this picture I saw on Twitter right here. And I'm not even, I didn't even do this picture. I saw this picture. I said, damn, niggas was really going in on this nigga, bro. Because remember, black Americans, at the end of the day, we've had enough. Can somebody put that in the chat? Yeah, we've had enough. And here's the thing on top of that. Listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Not only have black Americans had enough, we're just standing up for what's ours. And here's the thing. If you want to be with us, you can be with us. But if you want to be against us, you can be against us too. It makes no fucking difference to us. We've been surviving either way. So if you're with us, that's just like a cherry on top. That's like the bonus. We're already used to everybody being against us. So I didn't even have to go in on Akon because there was a bunch of black Americans roasting his ass. And let me just say this. Let me go ahead and say this real quick. I need to say this. It is not okay. It is not okay to be back and forth bickering between Africans and black Americans. Right? We know this. We've talked about this. On my first channel, I had a video called what is an akata? We've talked about it a million times since then, but the first time I asked the question, that video got a few thousand views. What is akata? In parentheses, it said, do Africans hate black Americans? Now, this has become another hamster wheel conversation. Put a 7 in the chat if you know what I'm talking about these hamster wheel conversations. Oh, Kobe versus LeBron, Africa, black. Listen, it's okay to have these hamster wheel conversations, but once you realize that you can't go deeper than that, or somebody tries to introduce an argument that makes you go deeper than that shallow ass conversation, okay, let's talk about Will Smith slapping Chris Rock, right? But you're on some hamster wheel shit. Oh my God, did you see how Will Smith slapped Chris Rock? Okay, I'm like, what is this humiliation ritual? And is Jada Pinkett behind it? Because Jada Pinkett is pushing the feminism narrative. See, that's going deeper into the Will Smith slap. You niggas will spend 10 hours talking about Will Smith, Tory Lanez, and somebody put this in the chat. If I see one more, I can't scream. I can't scream because I'm already a runaway slave. If I see one more video about Tory Lanez and Megan Thee Stallion, you niggas turned into Johnny Cochran overnight God. You niggas turned into Johnny Cochran for Megan Thee Stallion. You niggas turned into Hoteps. Look at this. You believed you turned into the Hoteps of the community for Megan Thee Stallion. Listen, the man's in jail. I don't know how long the man's gonna be in jail. I'm tired of hearing about. I shouldn't know who the fuck Kelsey is. Oh, did you hear what Kelsey said? Did you hear what Megan said? Oh, the prosecutors. Oh my God. Now, let's get back to Akon because this is important. We've talked about this nigga's fake ass hairline, but we're not going to stick on the hamster wheel conversation. We're going to move forward. Okay? Akon, fuck it. You got a little bit of money. You know, you scammed some niggas. I don't know. You did some scamming. I don't know. And you made a bunch of money. You spent $50,000 for the new hairpiece. You went to the red man to give you some long ass fucking hairline. This nigga's hairline reaches from here to here. Look at this shit. How long? You'll never find. Remember that? Bum, bum, bum. A hairline like mine. Look, how long is his hairline? It's too long. See? That's the problem when you trust the red man too much. That's what happens when you trust the motherfucking red man too much. You just lay down and let him do surgery on your motherfucking scalp. But we're not going to spend all night talking about Akon's fucking hairpiece. And we're not going to show these fucking pictures like this of Akon. It said if you give Akon a gallon of water and rice, he will steal the whole supply. I don't know who made this. I think this is a racist meme. It's funny as hell. This picture is funny as hell, but at the same time, it's slightly racist. We don't need to be talking about black people in poverty. That's just how I feel personally. So I'm not going to get on the whole shit on Africa. We're not getting on that. But we are going to talk about Mr. Akon. Now let's move forward. Now it says here that Akon's name is, what is this nigga's name? Hold on. Akon's name is Alioni Damala Badara Akantiam. He was born in 73. Known as Akon, he's a Senegalese American singer, record producer, and entrepreneur. Somebody put that in the chat. A Senegalese record producer. Now he's from Senegal. Okay? Can somebody put that in the chat? This man is from Senegal. Now, why is this important? Why is Senegal? What connection does Senegal have to Black America? Does anybody know? Allegedly, because I'm no fucking historian. Allegedly, what connection does Senegal and Africa? Remember, Africa is not one little place. Africa is 54 different countries. Now, some people say Africa should be one thing, right? But regardless, it's 54 countries. Senegal, what is the importance of Senegal? Tahuti says the slave trade. What about the slave trade? Because I think it's important that we know that before we move forward about this Akon character, because we're trying to gain a further level of clarity and understanding. Why is it that certain people, such as Akon, so-called black people, why is it that they're so comfortable speaking down on black people in America? I'll say it again. Why do people such as Akon in particular, or certain Africans in particular, if we're called to be in unity, you can't keep giving us the narrative that, oh, just forgive them. It's just a few ignorant Africans who are saying this. No, we're not going for that. Because you know what you sound like? You start sounding like the motherfucking red man. Oh, yeah, I don't know any people in my family who's racist. I'm not racist. Hey, if you ask the red man about the word nigga, he's never used it. He doesn't know anybody who uses it. Same thing if you ask the Africans about Akata or their views on Black American. Oh no, we love you. We all love you. There's only a small percentage of straggler, homeless Africans who hate Black Americans. It's not our grandmothers. It's not our elders. It's not Akon who despises Black Americans while tethering on to our culture, right? But let's continue. I want to show you the video one more time. I don't know if I'm going to get a copyright strike for this, but remember, federal law allows citizens such as myself to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyright, motion pictures, videotapes, video disc under certain circumstances without the authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and or parody, which does not infringe under copyright 17 USC. Watch this video one more time and listen very closely to what this bitch nigga just said.
Who are you feeling at the moment, like music wise, out of the new people, as a veteran and a OG in this thing? Do you just sit back and watch and be like, yeah, I like this person, this is this, or I'm not happy with the music right now, or this is blah?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I ain't gonna lie to you. I was demotivated for a long time in music. I just felt like it wasn't a traditional. I mean, it wasn't original enough. Like, it was so copy and paste. If one person made a hit record, then everybody wanted a hit record like it, to the point where everything just sounded like one long ass song on the radio. Yeah. So it just didn't really give me no justice. But then, as the Afrobeat scene started to grow, it felt better. It gave me more energy. Wanted to, like, whoa. Then, as that's building on the west side, on the south side, you got Amapiano growing, which is this equivalent to what our dance music is in Africa. Because when you take that tempo, when you take electro or electronic, it actually blends perfectly. So now we got culture on both sides of the aisle, right? That's when things started changing for me. But then, you got artists like Black Sheriff, who I think is monster.
Amazing.
Like, he
you was
reminds
at the
me
Mobos
so
the other
much of
day.
myself.
You was at the Mobos the other day, wasn't you?
Yeah, I was there.
And I was blown away by his performance.
No, he's a beast.
He's so young. I interviewed him the other day for something else that I do, and first of all, I can't believe he's 20. Second of all, I could not believe, like, his stage presence was so good. And I feel at a time now, a lot of young people, they don't know how to perform live anymore because, like you said, everything's on socials and you just go on live and all your following are just happy to see you on live now because they don't want to go out anymore either. So to see someone so young with such good stage presence, I was blown away by him.
But he's African.
Yeah.
We a little different when it comes to stage presence.
Yeah.
But he's African.
Yeah.
We a little different when it comes to stage presence. But he's African.
Yeah.
We a little different when it comes to stage presence. Now in America, oh yeah, them niggas gonna be wobbling, pants hanging half down. Now in America, oh yeah, them niggas gonna be wobbling, pants hanging half down.
In America, oh yeah, them niggas gonna be wobbling, pants hanging half down.
Bored as hell, half asleep because they high as hell on stage.
Yeah.
But Africa, we wake up morning, like, look at these YouTube clips of all these kids from Uganda and how they be, you know what I'm saying? Like, these kids are performers. Like, so for us, it comes natural, like to watch the kids from Africa, it kind of just it's in their blood. Like, for us, it comes natural, like to watch the kids from Africa, it kind of just it's in their blood. Like, it's like it's second nature. Performance is like a second nature for it. So I wasn't really surprised at all to see, Black, Sheriff, the way he was just a beast. And then,
he was a beast, yeah.
That's suspicious. That's weird. And you want to know what else is funny?
You want to know what else is funny, guys? Akon says, now let's run through some of the things that Akon says, because we're not going to spend the whole night talking about Akon, but we have to talk about it. Now, Akon says, because now, let me preface this, because I don't even know if I can show that clip. I don't know if they're going to copyright strike me, but let's just talk about it since I'm here. So this is an interview that Akon just recently did, I believe, in the UK. Now, the show is from a show called ZZ Mills. Somebody put that in the chat, the ZZ Mills show. If you guys want to go watch it, feel free to go watch the whole thing. I cannot stand Akon, and I cannot stand that woman's voice. Now, I love a good UK accent. Shout out to Eliza Rain. Shout out to Chocolate Melanin. Shout out to all my people in the UK. But this woman's ugly ass London accent, or whatever the fuck this is, I hate her accent. But so I couldn't sit through a whole hour of this interview. So you guys can go watch the interview. But I did see enough to see that part that they were talking about. So this was Akon sitting with this black woman from the UK. Now, don't miss that. Somebody put that in the chat. Don't miss it. That Akon, an African who was born here for 3 months and went to Senegal and lived in Senegal till he was 15, and he moves back and forth to Senegal, and then you got this black woman from the UK, but turns out she's Jamaican, so she's Caribbean. Okay, so don't miss this, because if you miss it, you're gonna start thinking everybody's just black, right? And we don't want to have hamster wheel conversations. Put a 7 in the chat if you're with me. Put a 7 in the chat if you're with me. Okay. Now listen. You have a African man talking to a Jamaican woman in the United Kingdom. I'm gonna say it again. African man, Jamaican woman, United Kingdom. And what are they talking about? Black American. De facto, what are they talking about? You got an African man, a Jamaican woman in the United Kingdom. Why is Black America on your motherfucking tongue? But let's listen to what they said. Listen to what they said. Hold on. Because it's important. I don't want you to miss it. He says, now, they were talking about some African performer, some African rapper or dance hall, I don't know, Afro beats, whatever. I guess his name is Black Sheriff. Does anybody know who this is in the chat? I think I overheard he said his name is, I'm not going to play it again. He said his name is Black Sheriff. Now listen, so you got a African performer named Black Sheriff, and I guess he's a young 20-year-old dude, and they were saying, yeah, man, I went to his concert and he was dope. I was blown away by his performance. And then Akon jumps in, yeah, well, he's African. Now this is where I need you to stop right there. Because the first thing is, Akon is extremely, extremely arrogant. I need you to notice that. Akon is extremely arrogant every time he talks about this stuff. Now, I'm gonna play another video real quick. Let me play another video before I forget to do this. Now, I don't know if I'm gonna get a copyright strike for this, because again, these videos, I'll be getting copyright strikes. And this video was from DJ Vlad, and so I don't know if they're gonna get. Now, I know I can't show the video, but maybe I could We could just hear it. If we can hear it, what do you guys think? I know I get a copyright strike because DJ Vlad does not let anybody show none of his shit. If you even show 30 seconds of DJ Vlad's videos, you get a copyright strike. So I'm going to just play the audio and I'm going to react to the audio. You're going to hear it. Okay? Let's listen to this. This is the first comments that Akon made about Black Americans years ago. Because remember, this is not new. Now first, listen to what he said. He said, yeah, the reason why this African artist was such a good performer is because we're different. He's African and we're different. What does he mean by that, guys? Right now, I'm talking to everybody who says Africa is one. Hey, listen to me, Dr. Kefra. Call in, Dr. Kefra. We need to talk about this. Everybody says we are one. Go back to Africa. Before I go back, or go there for the first time, because I've never been there personally. Before I go there, how about you tell me what Akon means when he says we different than the niggas that perform in America? Because remember, he didn't say Justin Bieber and them. He said them niggas. Listen to what he said. He said, oh yeah, we different in Africa. We're going to give you a good performance. Oh yeah, them niggas in America? And by the way, it seems very weird, Akon, for you to be calling us niggas. I don't know. I just don't feel right. I know you black. Matter of fact, Akon, you about black as my motherfucking jacket. Akon is possibly the blackest nigga to ever exist. I can guarantee you, you could stand Akon right next to Wesley Snipes, right next to Whoopi Goldberg, and Akon will win. Okay? So Akon might be the blackest nigga ever, but I don't feel comfortable you calling us niggas when you're particularly calling us niggas. You said, oh, in Africa, yeah, we're performers. Yeah. But in America, them niggas, what? Them niggas. You need to watch your fucking mouth. And then he said, them niggas. Oh, I said sibling, but I meant wobbling. He said, them niggas are wobbling with their pants down and they're high. Talk to me in the chat. Oh yeah, in Africa, we're good. But in America, them niggas are going to be pants down, wobbling, and they're going to be high for getting them lyrics.
Police! 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 Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Talk to me in the chat. Wait a minute, because I need to figure this out. Can y'all hear me? Put a 7 in the chat if you guys can hear me right now, because we're really about to talk right now. I need you to put a 7 in the chat if you can hear the sound of my voice over this video right here, because we really need to talk real quick. Go ahead. Y'all hear me? Okay, y'all can hear me. Okay, now Akon says that the niggas in America are going to be pants sagging. Now, wait, I'm just going to tell you what Akon said, and you tell me if you see anything ironic here. Now, this is a video from, if I'm not mistaken, what, 2006 or I don't know. I think this video is, if it's not 2006, it's probably 2011. I forgot what year this was. I was on YouTube searching for stuff, but this performance is like 2006 or whatever, 2011. Let's just say this was 2010, right? This nigga came out. Look how he came out when he first came out. Remember, this is the same dude today in 2022. He said, yeah, them niggas in America, yeah, they're not going to give you of good performers, they're gonna come out with their pants sagging, wobbling around. That sounds like that's that other talk. I'm not even gonna go in. That's that other talk. When you talk about, oh yeah, you're walking around with your pants down and they're wobbling around and listening to the hibbity hop music.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
He said, listen to me. He said that hibbity hop music. Well, he didn't say that, but he might as well have said that shit. He said they're wobbling around. Them niggas are wobbling around. Now, listen. Some of y'all are gonna say, well, J-Lethal, that's his opinion. What's the big deal? Well, see, that's where you're wrong. Somebody put that in the chat. That's where you're wrong. And I'm gonna play this video real quick. I hope I don't get a copyright strike, but I'm just gonna react to this video, and you're not gonna see it. You're just gonna hear it. Let's listen, guys.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. How do Senegalese really feel about slavery and what happened? Because there were a lot of very foul people involved in the slave trade. There was, of course, Europeans, Jews and whites were involved, but Africans were involved in it as well. They were selling off their enemies, the enemy tribes, and making their money and so forth. Like, how was slavery really looked at out there?
Well, in Senegal, we've kind of overcome the thought of slavery. We don't even think about it. Only time we think about slavery, we don't even think about it.
Stop right there. Put a 7 in the chat. Did you hear what the nigga said, guys? Listen to what the man just said. He said, now remember, the red man, now listen to this. This is a red man. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Sensational. Sensational.
Listen to it. This is a red man talking to an African man about Black Americans. Do you see the trend here? Do you see the trend? The first video I showed you an African man talking to a Jamaican woman in the United Kingdom about Black Americans. Now you got an African man talking to a red man about Black Americans. And the red man asked him, hey, African man, how do you feel about Black Americans in the transatlantic slave trade? And the African man said, oh, in Senegal, where I'm from, we have overcome the thought of slavery. Somebody put that in the chat.
Can somebody please tell me what the fuck is going on? I don't know.
The nigga said, you heard it. The nigga said, we have overcome the thought.
Slavery. We don't even think about it.
Selling off their enemies, the enemy tribes, and making their money and so forth. Like, how was slavery really looked at out there?
Well, in Senegal, we've kind of overcome the thought of slavery. We don't even think about it. Only time we think about it, honestly, is when we're doing tours that go to islands.
He said, in Senegal, we don't even think about slavery. We have overcome the thought. Somebody put that in the chat. We shall overcome someday.
We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday. Yeah, man.
Listen to what Akon said. He said, we have already overcome the thought of slavery in Senegal. He said, we don't even think about it. You see, there goes that same old shaming tactic, that passive aggressive shaming tactic that all of us know too well. You know, there's a few things that Black Americans know all too well. We know how to get followed around the store. Every Black American has been followed around the store. Here's another thing we know. This passive aggressive shit where everybody tells you to get over it. This nigga said, we don't even think about slavery at all. In Senegal, he said, the only time we think about slavery is when we're doing tours. Somebody put that in the chat. When we're doing a tour, they have tourism attractions where the red man comes to see where the Senegalese people allegedly sold us off. Because if you look into the history, allegedly, Senegal, allegedly, where this man is from, that's the same place that was selling us off in the first place, allegedly. And he has the nerve to say at that place where his family was involved in our kidnapping, he doesn't think about it. He doesn't think about it.
You know, outside of that, people have lived and moved and way beyond the slavery concept and idea and mind state.
He said in Senegal, we've moved beyond the slavery concept. This nigga called slavery a concept. So I guess, wow.
Right, because in Senegal,
Hold on. I don't want to get a copyright strike. Fair use.
In Senegal, you actually know your history. You can trace your family back.
You see how the red man is fucking us up? He said, in Senegal, you actually know your history. Yeah, because in Senegal, unlike these niggas in America, you know your history. Listen. This is how they form alliances against your black ass, and you don't even have shit. So you think you don't have anything. This is the reason why they have to form alliances behind your back. Talk to me in the motherfucking chat. This is the reason why they have to form alliances behind your back.
Wait. That's all you motherfuckers do is cry, bro. That's all they do on fucking Twitter. Well, I'm really black because my parents were here in 1945 and they know Martin Luther King. Shut the fuck up. That's why foreigners come to this country and laugh at you niggas, bro. Real talk.
Foreigners come to this country and laugh at you niggas. This is what this man said. This man is successful in America, so you better listen to this man. This man is successful.
Wait. That's all you motherfuckers do is cry, bro. That's all they do on fucking Twitter. Well, I'm really black because my parents were here in 1945 and they know Martin Luther King. Shut the fuck up. That's why foreigners come to this country and laugh at you niggas, bro. Real talk. Chinese people come to this fucking country. You know what they do? They open up a fucking Chinese food spot in the hood. The Indian people, they go open up a convenience store in the hood. The Arabs, they come into the United States. They go put a fucking liquor store in the hood, and them niggas can't even drink. They laughing at you, stupid fucks. Because you guys come into the store. Oh, hey son, let me get a pack of Hennessy. Yo, I only got 20 on me right now, bro. I know it's 50, but yo, do it. Hook a brother up. No, come back again with the money. They laugh at you niggas because you guys were born here with the opportunity, and they're making a killing off you stupid fucks because you guys speak English, born here, raised here, U.S. citizenship, and you're still a fucking loser. Going into a foreign nigga store, buying the fucking alcohol, crying and complaining about why you're not where you want to be, but you're drunk all the time off of fucking Hennessy. That's the truth in the black community. That's the fucking truth. You choose to be a fucking loser. Okay? And I don't want to hear nothing, because if I get pulled over by the police versus you get pulled over by the police, the only difference is that I'm not going to be a fucking retard. I know how to move. I'm going to tell him, how you doing, officer? I'm going to keep my fucking hands on the steering wheel. I'm not going to call him a fucking dirty pig and say all this other stupid shit. I'm going to walk off with no ticket. Your dumb ass is going to get in trouble because you want to sit there arguing with the police and say, defund the police, fuck the police, yeah. You create your reality based off of how you fucking behave, based off of how you act.
You heard them. You heard them, guys. But you see, they have the same narrative. Put a 7 in the chat if you see how they all have the same narrative about us being degenerate, drunk, lazy. The same shit that they painted us in blackface to begin with. You remember when they painted us in blackface, right? Put a 7 in the chat if you remember when they painted us in blackface. That's the thing that they wanted everybody to believe, that we were lazy, degenerate, drunk, every other negative stereotype that you can muster up in your pea brain. They wanted to place it onto the black in America. Now, this is why I need you to understand what's going on, guys. Put a 7 in the chat. I wonder if any of you guys think I'm just doing this shit for fun. I mean, fair enough. I have to be honest. Sometimes I get a kick out of it. But do you think I'm just some fake YouTuber just making up this whole story about being a runaway slave? I am literally a runaway slave in the flesh. Walt Disney. Matter of fact, let me tell you something else. Let me rock your world. We're gonna get back to Akon. Fuck this nigga Akon right now. Fuck this nigga Akon. I got some other shit to talk about. Put a 7 in the chat if we can put a fork in this nigga later. I'll put a fork in this nigga. For a green card, I'm gonna carve him up real fucking nice. Now listen to this. Who the fuck is this? Matter of fact, let me talk my shit. How about this? How about this? I'm about to talk my shit, guys. Did you hear about this? Here we go. Did you hear about this? Did you hear? Did you hear about Barbara Walters? Rest in peace to Barbara Walters. We don't want to disrespect Barbara Walters, do we? I mean, I'm pretty sure she was probably racist, to be honest. But I mean, who wasn't, right? I mean, Jerry Jones, Donald Trump, Barbara Walters. Just throw them all into the same fucking category, right? But then there's a deeper conversation because, first of all, not all white people are racist when you talk about that. But more deeper than that, I want to talk about this. Recently, Barbara Walters died, right? And then I said, oh my gosh, now listen closely, guys, who is going to do the news now?
What?
Did you hear me? I heard Barbara. Now, mind you, a whole bunch of people died. A whole bunch of people died this week. A whole bunch of people died. The Pope, did you hear about that? I don't know what the fuck is going on. The Pope died. Barbara Walters died. Gangsta Boo from 3-6 Mafia died. There was a few other people. A fellow YouTuber, Sinful the P. Shout out to Sinful the P. I don't know if any of y'all know who that is, but he's a YouTuber. He's been on YouTube for a while. Y'all can go check out his channel. He just passed away last week, which is really weird because he does live streams all the time, and he just be chilling. And we don't know how the man died, so shout out to Sid for the P. So they had like 5 famous people died this week alone. But like I said, the Pope died, but Barbara Walters died. And the first question I had is, now who's going to give the news now? Talk to me in the chat, guys. Who the fuck is gonna give the news now that Barbara Walters is dead, Jay? Can I ask you guys, who is it gonna be? Who do you vote for? Okay, because think about it. Barbara Walters, all the old school ones are going off. So now, who do you vote for? Don Lemon? Joshua, let me find out you have my same name and you want Don Lemon to be on your television screen instead of yours truly. Who the fuck is gonna be telling the news now? Who do you want to tell the news? You want some new fucking Barbara Walters? Does Barbara Walters even know what the fuck is going on nowadays? Respectfully. Have you ever seen that movie No Country for Old Men? Somebody put that in the chat. It's a beautiful movie. It won a lot of awards. It's actually a pretty fucking crazy ass movie, actually. There's a movie called No Country for Old Men. The whole concept is there's this old ass police officer and he's a sheriff because his dad was a sheriff and his grandpa was a sheriff at this old town. But now he's a sheriff and the world is getting crazier and crazier. And the sheriffs that were back in 1940 and 1930, they weren't prepared for this shit that's happened in 2022. This is not a country for old men. Do you understand that? Barbara Walters doesn't even know a Drake lyric. Bitch, if you're going to get on the screen, you better know a Drake song. That's the prerequisite to be able to be a newscaster, a journalist in 2022. You better know a Drake song just for the sake of relevancy, just for the sake of you can meet a motherfucker where they're at. So Barbara Walters died. Who do you guys vote to be your next person to tell you the news on Monday nights at 9 p.m. Central? Do you want Don Lemon twerking his fucking ass? Is Don Lemon going to tell you about this? Is Don Lemon going to tell you about the San Francisco program that will pay pregnant black women $1,000? Listen to this. Isn't this a fucking special doozy? It says here this San Francisco program is going to be paying pregnant black women. Now, I need you to notice that. Not just pregnant women, pregnant black women, $1,000 for 12 months. It will expand across California. Now you might say, oh my gosh, this is amazing, right? But let's read a little bit more into it because, we always got to keep our eyes open for the serpent. Can somebody put that in the chat? I know you just want to relax, but you need to always have even right now that I'm talking to you guys, I cannot be too loud because I'm watching for the serpent. You need to always watch out for the serpent. Put that in the chat. Put a 7 in the chat if you will always watch out for the serpent. So when you see a story like this, look out for the serpent because the serpent might not be right in your face. It might be blending in. It might be camouflaging. So it says here that the San Francisco program will pay pregnant black women $1,000 for 12 months. Now, wait a minute. First of all, let's read a little bit about this. It says a guaranteed income program that provides monthly checks to black pregnant women in San Francisco will expand to other countries in California. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What?
I'm going to ask you guys one question real quick. Do you guys see that it says they're going to be giving monthly checks to black women? Do you guys see that? Now, I'm not even going to go into the whole black man versus black woman thing. I'm going to ask you a different question. Aren't these the same people that just told us that they can't give us reparations because they don't know who's black and they wouldn't know who to give it to? Listen close. One of the main arguments against reparations for Black Americans is we don't know who's Black and anybody could be Black and we don't know who to give the money to. Remember, you knew where the niggas were when it was time to put us on a tree, hang us from a motherfucking tree. You know where the niggas were. When it was time to pull the German shepherds out and the water hoses out, you knew where the niggas were. But now for reparations, I have no idea who these niggas might be. Anybody could be a nigga. I'm a nigga, he's a nigga, she's a nigga too. Wouldn't you like to be a nigga? How about you? Bitch, you know who the niggas are because here, look right here. It says we're going to give the niggas, but only the nigga women, the pregnant nigga women. Somebody put that in the chat. They're going to give the pregnant nigga women, this is their words, not mine, in San Francisco money, and it's going to expand to other countries. Now, listen, it says the Abundant Birth Project began in June 2021 to serve pregnant women with $1,000 monthly payments over 12 months to 150 people. The program is intended to reduce the racial birth disparities by easing economic stress. Now, remember, this is the same thing that we're asking for reparations for, to reduce the racial disparities by easing economic stress. But now they're trying to act like they have care for the pregnant Black women. On Tuesday, San Francisco Department of Public Health announced a $5 million grant in state funding to expand the program in Alameda, Contra Costa, Los Angeles, and Riverside counties for the next 2 to 3 years. It will serve another 425 mothers and other birthing parents with funds from the California Department of Social Services, the city said. This guaranteed income program helps ease some of the financial burdens that all too often keep mothers from being able to prioritize their own health and ultimately impact the health of their babies and families. San Francisco Mayor London Breed said in a statement, "We hope the Abundant Birth Project serves as a model to address racial birth disparities throughout region and state across the country." Now, I just want you guys to think about this. KJ, what do you think about this? They're only giving the pregnant nigga women money. And I'm not saying that as a term of like I made that word up. This is this is how they're looking at it. You have to be pregnant, a nigga, and a woman. But look real quick. Look at the fourth paragraph. It says, read the fourth paragraph with me, guys. Look at the first paragraph, the second, the third. Let's read the fourth paragraph together as a class. It will serve everybody. I want you to read this aloud with me right now. I don't give a fuck that you're just watching me on YouTube. I want you to literally say this aloud with me, like we're literally in class. Ready? Go. It will serve another 425 mothers and other birthing parents.
Shame. 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 Shame.
Birthing parents, guys. Somebody put that in the chat. The birthing parents.
If she won't smoke, bitch gon' get what she came for. Trip ain't heat on fuck. Got my heat on tuck. Look what please don't touch. Yo bitch got a crush. I ain't at home, I'm at the paint hole. This pussy water, let them drink her. Thirsty. This pussy ain't for free, I need a gangster. Slut me out in public, let him see cause he a gangster. Count it up, spin that shit together, that shit gangster. You a real bitch, baby, you deserve a gangster. This pussy ain't for free, I need a gangster.
Yeah.
You can't make this shit up, people. You cannot make this shit up.
If she won't smoke, bitch gon' get what she came for. Trip ain't he gon' fuck. Got my heat on tuck. Look what please don't touch. Yo bitch got a crush. I ain't at home, I'm at the paint hole. This pussy water, let him drink her. Thirsty. This pussy ain't for free, I need a gangster. Slut me out in public, let him see, cause he a gangster. Count it up, spin that shit together, that shit gangster. You a real bitch, baby, you deserve a gangster. This pussy ain't for free, I need a gangster.
I am allowed to change whenever the fuck I want. If I want to rip and run and sit on dick to dick to dick to dick, bitch, I'm gonna fucking do that. I'm allowed to do that. Okay? I am allowed to change whenever the fuck I want. If I want to rip and run and sit on dick to dick to dick to dick, bitch, I'm gonna fucking do that. I'm allowed to do that. Okay? And I am allowed to change. I am allowed to change whenever the fuck I want. If I want to rip and run and sit on dick to dick to dick to dick, bitch, I'm gonna fucking do that. I'm allowed to do that. Okay? And guess what? After I sit on 50 lemon dicks, if I want to be in a relationship and I want to settle down with someone, I'm allowed to fucking do that. You are allowed to change your mind at any point in time, no matter what you've been through.
What the fuck?
Tell them niggas why you mad. Tell them niggas why you mad, son. Tell them niggas why you mad, son. Tell them why you mad, son. Tell them why you mad, son.
All right, I love like everything we're talking about. Okay, so to all the viewers out there, including myself, right? You live life. There's gray area. You live and you fucking learn, right? So where the fuck do we go from here? So do I play the shame game where everybody walks away a fucking loser? Because I can do that. I've beat myself up my entire life for every decision I've ever made, right? It got me nowhere.
No.
So I value myself. I see the world differently through a series of events, right? So what the fuck comes next? Because that's where I'm confused, right? Because I'm not. It's like if you don't, if it's not like gifted to you, like even in your situation, like your dad provided you a life that like so many people would kill for, like you know what I mean? So that's why it's like it sucks because the reason I hate these conversations is because it's never about like empathy. Do I understand the scales and how someone may view for this, that, and the third? Okay, but moving forward, then what? So okay, so I'm just gonna, like I said, make it about myself. I'm 30, single, mom. My fucking checkered past is all over Instagram. You know what I mean? I have people like you who are, she's a hoe, she's this, she's literally known for this. Okay, so what would be your advice to people like me then?
Talk to me in the chat, guys. If anybody didn't see last week's class, I suggest you go watch that class. It was a very beautiful class. Put a 7 in the chat if you were here for last week's class, if you remember this one. Beautiful class last week. Understanding, it was a very, very pivotal, very important that you watch that video, because I have a lot of women supporters, and like I told you before, most of my contributions and financial donations come from the Black women that I'm spending all day talking about. So I must be doing something right. You know, I got some Black women telling me to stop, but I got some Black women telling me they want me to move forward. So please go watch last video, because we talked about Brittany Renner, how she said she's trying to reform her ways. Now, this is a woman who, did you see what she said? Look how passionate. Look at this woman. Hold on. This is what this woman used to say. Look at this woman, man. Look at this woman right here real quick. Just listen.
I am allowed to change whenever the fuck I want. If I want to rip and run and sit on dick to dick to dick to dick, bitch, I'm gonna fucking do that.
You see how Do you see, put a 7 in the chat if you see how angry she is. This isn't even about what she's saying. She's
I am
angry.
allowed to change whenever the fuck I want. If I want to rip and run and sit on dick to dick to dick to dick, bitch, I'm gonna fucking do that. I'm allowed to do that. Okay? And guess what? After I sit on 50 dicks, if I want to be in a relationship and I want to settle down with someone, I'm allowed to fucking do that. You are allowed to change your mind at any point in time, no matter what you've been through.
Now, you see, she's very loud, but the question is that true? You can sit on 50 dicks. Somebody put that in the chat. She said, I can sit on 50 dicks and just jump from dick to dick to dick like a frog jumping from one lily pad to the next lily pad. I'm going to jump on dick to dick to dick. And you think you're just going to be able to find a man to get you that you're going to respect and that's going to have respect in the community. Because like we talked about before, if whether you want to admit it or not, women love a man who has respect amongst other men. There's even memes about that, like, oh, I like this nigga, but I got around his friends and his friends send him to the store to go buy cigarillos. His friends just boss him around and shit. He's the weak friend. He's the friend that gets bullied. And that made me lose interest. This is a real thing. A woman will lose interest if she sees a man get around other men and he's getting bullied and all this other shit. You better have respect amongst other men. And that's not even because women respect us for that. As a man, I'm telling you, you need to have respect amongst other men because that is your currency. Can somebody put that in the chat? A woman's currency, believe it or not, is her purity. However pure she can actually be, or at least appear to be, that is what her value is, like it or not. A man's value is his fucking reputation amongst other men. Yeah, you could have $1 million, but if you stole that shit or got that shit in a shiesty way, niggas is coming for you. Niggas don't respect you and they're coming for you. How do you think kings even existed? Somebody put that in the chat. Do you know that the kings, the original king, is one who has respect amongst the people? You're not just a king just because you're just some big Arnold Schwarzenegger ass nigga. Let's continue. What were we talking about just now? Oh, yes. How can I forget? How can I forget? Brittany Renner. Now, the reason why I was showing Brittany Renner is because it looks like Brittany Renner is changing before our very eyes. She said, I can jump from dick to dick to dick and get a nigga. And then she realized, no, I can't do that because now I've shamed myself and no nigga wants to be associated with me. He only wants to call me at 3 a.m. to get some fucking head. So she doesn't want to be known as somebody who just gets called at 3 in the morning to get head. She wants more. So now she's using her platform for a different reason.
First of all, hi. As a former loud and proud man hater, here are 5 things that have changed the game for me. Number 1, I realized I didn't hate men. I hated the way I allowed myself to be mistreated by men. Big difference, right? You are not a victim. You are a participant. And when you point the finger, you miss out on the opportunity to grow. Number 2, I stopped saying I didn't need a man. Because if I want a relationship with a man, then I need one, right? Okay, that's that on that. 3, you can't be that serious about getting picked if you're not in the gym at least 3 times a week. You don't even take care of yourself, so how would you expect someone to take care of you? Number 4, I stopped entertaining stragglers. And stragglers are guys you meet along the way that you know you're not really ever going to take seriously, but you use them for your own personal entertainment. Number 1, that's wrong. Number 2, you're sending a mixed message. Stay committed to what you want. Most importantly, number 5. Accountability. Ooh. I analyzed my behavior and what parts of me resonated with these men I deemed problematic. I'm here to tell you that the call is coming from inside the house. And it's time to pick up.
Oh my God! Wow! Oh my God!
Now talk to me in the chat. Now, there's two arguments here. There's two possibilities here. Somebody put that in the chat. There's two possibilities. One, she's lying. She's just trying to use whatever angle she can to make herself relevant again because she's already ran herself to the ground. Very possible. There's another opportunity, though. Maybe she can be a catalyst for some of these young women. Now, again, who am I to say? I'm just bringing you the news that the news doesn't show. Who am I to say that this woman can't be online now saying the things that she's saying? Who am I to say that she's disingenuous or that she's only doing this for some type of clout? Put it this way. She fucked up, and we all know she fucked up. So if we're not going to give people a chance to redeem themselves, somebody put that in the chat. This is important, a very important question. If we're not going to give people an opportunity to redeem themselves when they fuck up, then what's the point of even living anymore? And if that's the case, what happens if that same merit is going to be granted to us, to where we fuck up and we're not going to be granted the opportunity to make it right? That's the question. With all this stuff, Akon and da-da-da-da-da, here's the thing. With Akon, I wasn't even Akon. This is the 53rd time this nigga Akon talks shit about us. Did you hear what Akon told the red man? Listen.
And, Jews and whites were involved, but, Africans were involved in it as well. They were selling off their enemies, the enemy tribes and making their money and so forth. Like, how is slavery really looked at out there?
Well, in Senegal, we've kind of overcome the thought of slavery. We don't even think about it. The only time we think about it, honestly, is when we're doing tours that go to islands. Outside of that, people have lived and moved and way beyond the slavery concept and idea and mind state.
Right, because in Senegal, you actually know your history. You can trace your family back 100 generations, whatever else. You still have your names, your real names. You're not named.
You see what the red man said? Oh, yeah, in Senegal, you have your real name. You see? The red man knows. The red man knows what we're talking about. The red man told Akon, oh, yeah. Hold on, let me take this off the screen. The red man told Akon, yeah, you still got your same name. Because remember, Akon, his real name is Alioune Damala Badara Akon Thaya. Akon is just one of his middle names or one of his last names. So the red man told Akon, yeah, you're different than these Black Americans. You know who you are. You know your history. You know your family. You know your name. And look at Akon the whole time. I wish I could show you the video. I'm trying not to get a copyright strike. The whole time Akon he has his chest out. He's just smiling and just so fucking arrogant.
Johnson.
And Jackson.
In Senegal, you actually know your history. You can trace your family back 100 generations, whatever else. You still have your names, your real names. You're not named Johnson,
and Jackson,
and Washington, and all the others.
Look at this nigga. He's laughing about the fact that we don't have our last name. Somebody put that in the chat. He's literally laughing. He's literally laughing with the red man about how many of you have the last name Johnson, Jackson, Washington. He's laughing about these names. Matter of fact, you're laughing about the Jackson name? Somebody put that in the chat. You're laughing about the Jackson name. Wow. Tell Akon he better tighten his motherfucking grip. Akon literally laughed at people with the last, that black people have the last name Jackson. He's sitting there laughing with the same person who was responsible for conquering us, allegedly. And he's laughing, talking about people with the last name Jackson. Listen.
Your real names. You're not named Johnson
and Jackson
and Washington and all the other slave owners that were the presidents who had slaves during that time. Jefferson,
you know,
and so forth. Yeah, but you guys actually have your history. And that was the whole thing of walking around Senegal. People just felt, it was the first time I felt black people just felt comfortable and with no type of disease. You know, I mean.
I think it's also the art of just letting the past go. And moving towards the future.
Somebody put that in the chat. Akon says black people in America should just let the past go.
And I think in the US, they have this stigma of just not letting go of the past and blaming the past on every mishap or, you know, disappointment. And I think as long as you hold on to that past, it's just a lot of weight that you carry with you everywhere you go. And it's hard to move forward and move fast when you got to, you know, weight on your back. You just got to let it go.
There's also been no reparations. And there's been, you know.
Yeah, but unfortunately, man, like, it's not like America is going to take the initiative to do it. I mean, otherwise they would have did it already. You know, Indians got reparations. The Jewish got reparations for Holocaust, and it wasn't even done in America.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying?
Italians got reparations.
You see how, okay. Now here's a very important part. DJ Vlad mentions reparations. He said, well, I mean, to be fair, the black people never got reparations. And then immediately Akon starts shaking his head. He's like, well, they're never going to get it. Everybody else got it, but these niggas are never going to get it. Somebody put that in the chat. Never going to get it, never going to get it, never going to get it. You remember that was the shit. Whoa, 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 whoa. I wish I could sing right now, but I can't be too loud. Whoa, 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 whoa. Never gonna get it, never gonna get it. That should be the theme song for black people in reparations, according to Akon.
Italians got reparations. I mean, Japanese got reparations.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, it's to the point now where Africa.
Hey, put a 7 in the chat if you can hear this audio, by the way. Put a 7 in the chat if you can hear what is being said, because I don't want to show it to you guys, but if you can see this shit, this nigga Akon is just sitting here laughing with the red man about how we need to get over slavery, even though we don't have our last names. Put a 7 in the chat if you've been hearing this shit.
Americans have to really understand their worth and realize that America was never or intended to ever, you know, consult or even make up for any of that. They're not sorry. They don't care.
Yeah,
it's obvious. So, do you want to stay here and continue to be treated this way, or just go back home where you're now no longer the minority?
You hear what he said? You see black Americans. Now listen, Akon is over here. Akon got popping over here. This is what we need to notice, because we're trying to learn from this. We don't want to shame Akon, but Akon, you got popping over here off of our culture, off of our cosign. And even the most recent songs that Akon has, we'll look into it. Some of the most recent songs that Akon has, talking just like a black American. Look at this song that just came out from Akon. This song just came out 2 months ago on Akon's YouTube page. If you go to Akon's YouTube page, This is on Akon's YouTube page. Look at the lyrics to this shit. This is a song by Akon called Enjoy That. Somebody put that in the chat. Akon, Enjoy That. This song just came out 2 months ago after he got a transplant on his fucking hairline from the red man, and he was talking down on us. Listen to these lyrics. Nigga, I got bitches. This is literally Akon. Talk to me in the chat.
You see something? Now you see now. You done fucked up, you know that, don't you? I feel that. I thought that's so you're saying that you done fucked up now, you're that dumb.
Listen to this is Akon. This came out of Akon's mouth 60 days ago. Somebody put that in the chat. These lyrics came out of Akon's mouth 60 days ago, and he's selling this song. Nigga, I got read the second paragraph. Nigga, I got bitches. I got hoes. I got liquor. I got dro.
Bitch, you better be joking.
I'm not even joking. Do you see this? Put a 7 in the chat if you see these lyrics. Nigga, I got bitches. I got hoes. I got liquor. I got dro. Type of party that nobody want, nobody else to know. I got shiny, I got glue. Yeah, she like me and my flow. And if you're good, walk through the door. Don't bring my line. Just check your hoe. Cause I got paid. I hit the door, I got out, then I got loot. This is Akon's shitty ass music. Listen to this. Then I had all my young boys serving posted up on every school.
What?
Yeah, he said, then I had all my young boys serving posted up on every school. I got shooters, I got goons, I got friends, I got foes. Okay, so let me ask you this. All this language, where did you get this language from, Akon? Is this traditional African culture? Is this modern African culture to talk about your young boys posted up at the school serving? You got shooters, you got goons, I got bitches, hoes, and dro. That sounds like traditional African shit, right? This is literally Akon's song called Enjoy That. And he just put this out 2 months ago after he got a fucking hair transplant. Nigga, how dare you get, listen, see, somebody put that in the chat. Are you here? Infinite Charms, are you here? Put this in the chat. This is the Large Hadron Collider. This is the fault of the Large Hadron Collider. Have you ever heard of that? There's a thing called the Large Hadron Collider. You can look it up. But my thing is this. Before they started tinkering with reality, people were normal. I mean, yeah, you had crazy motherfuckers, but even the crazy motherfuckers were just regular crazy. Now, everything's all fucked up. Now you got niggas. Back in the day, listen to this. Back in the day, before they started fucking up reality, if a nigga had a toupee, he was humble. There was certain people that was humble back in the day. Big fat women, I'm sorry. I'm not talking about just a little chubby, just a little BBW. Listen, ladies, I love a little BBW, believe it or not. I love a little BBW more. Listen. But I'm talking about like a clearly fat woman. She used to be humble back in the day. She used to cook really good. She was really nice. She dressed moderately. Think about the fat women back in the day. Like they wasn't in the way because they was already in the motherfucking way. Talk to me. Listen, man, if you're fat, you can't be in my way more than you already are. You hear me? You better be humble. There was a time when the fat woman was humble. There was a time when the ugly woman was humble. There was a time when the nigga with the hairline was humble. Nigga, if you went to Greece and Turkey and Romania and Transylvania for the lineup, boy, you didn't change the game up. First of all, it's the fault of the Large Hadron Collider. This nigga went to Transylvania for a lineup. Where they do that at? You heard about Akon? This nigga went to Transylvania. I don't think you even hear me, man. I wish I could scream at y'all so bad right now. I can't even scream because I'm a runaway slave. I'm trying to hide from the motherfucking slave catchers. I said this nigga went to Transylvania for this lineup. And look, somebody put this in the chat. If you see Akon recently, tell me why all of Akon's pictures, he's put his head down like this. Somebody put that in the chat. If you go on Akon's Instagram, all of his pictures now, he posing like this. He posing showing his hairline. Why you posing, putting your head down like that? Every pose now, this nigga posing, he making sure you see the hairline. Somebody put that in the chat. He's making sure you see the hairline.
You are the majority, and you control your destiny and your future and your land.
Yeah, no. Honestly, every black person who has an issue with how people are treated in America, they really should go to Africa.
They need to. They just need.
Okay, I don't want to hear any more of that. You hear Akon sitting with the red man. The red man's telling black people in America to go back to Africa. Bitch, how fucked up is that? Matter of fact, we're going to continue.
99% of them have not.
I've never been there.
Yeah.
And they're super afraid to go. Like
We're going to play the rest of that interview later. Somebody put that in the chat. We're going to play the rest of the Akon interview later because I don't want to get a copyright strike. Let's play some videos because you guys have been very patient with me. We're barely at 2 hours. Thank you guys for joining me. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with your boy. And mind you, I'm a runaway slave. At any moment, the motherfucking slave catcher can pull up on me. So I need to be ready to run out the door. So put a 7 in the chat if you're with me in the meantime. It's a beautiful time to be alive. But please, buckle your seatbelt.
You recently welcomed your 12th child and daughter, Halo Marie Cannon. Congratulations. How is everyone doing?
Thank you, man. The family is amazing. Everybody's healthy, and that's all we can ask for.
Yeah.
That's great. Nick, I mean, you are single-handedly repopulating the Earth. I give it up to you, man. What is your plan here? What is your end game with the kids? You just want to keep going, or is there a number? Do you want to hit 20?
Andy,
where are we going with this?
Clearly, I don't have a plan. So, honestly, man, it's really just so much joy and elation to have the family that I have, and I embrace it and I love it, but I don't have a plan. That should have been clear from the jump.
A vasectomy?
Is that what you want me to get? This is my body, my choice.
Can somebody please tell me what the fuck is going on? I don't know.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
You recently welcomed your 12th child and daughter, Halo Marie Cannon. Congratulations. How is everyone doing?
Thank you, man. The family is amazing. Everybody's healthy, and that's all we can ask for.
Yeah.
That's great. Nick, I mean, you are single-handedly repopulating the earth. I give it up to you, man. What is your plan here? What is your end game with the kids? You just want to keep going, or is there a number? Do you want to hit 20?
Andy,
where are we going with this?
Clearly, I don't have a plan. So, honestly, man, it's really just so much joy and elation to have the family that I have, and I embrace it and I love it, but I don't have a plan. That should have been clear from the jump.
A vasectomy?
Is that what you want me to get? This is my body, my choice.
Yes!
Now, I'm gonna move forward because that's crazy to my. Talk to me in the chat. Do you see an issue with this? Now, we've talked about Nick Cannon before a million times for a million different reasons. And now you guys know how I feel about Nick Cannon. But when it comes to this child stuff, we need to have a real discussion about this Nick Cannon thing, because it's very telling how easily people just come out their mouth about people like Nick Cannon when it comes to this type of stuff. And we're not going to go too deep into it, but I'm going to let you know what I said on social media about this. Now, mind you, the Red Man told Nick Cannon, "Oh, congratulations. Do you see how the serpent operates?" Put a 7 in the chat if you see how the serpent operates. He said, "Hey, Nick Cannon. Oh, yeah, congratulations on your 12th child." So mind you, Nick Cannon is allegedly a millionaire, whatever. And every one of his children has a mother that knows about Nick Cannon's other children. So Nick Cannon's getting a bunch of different women pregnant, but they all know about it. And he says he has money to take care of it. He says everybody's happy. Why the fuck are we talking about it? See, this is what I'm talking about with that hamster wheel shit. What is there to gain from the conversation where everybody's happy, nobody's being harmed, black children are being produced, there's nobody in a skirt that's a boy? Why is there a problem? You have a problem with Nick Cannon, but you don't have a problem with Dwayne Wade. I would venture to say that Nick Cannon can be a better parent to 12 motherfucking children than Dwayne Wade can be to that one child. Do you hear me? I said Nick Cannon can be a better. Here's the end of the conversation with that Nick Cannon shit, because y'all about to get on my nerves coming for Nick Cannon, and I don't even fuck with Nick, but that's still my brother. And this nigga's over here, you know he has lupus. You know, you don't know what's going on in that man's man. So maybe he want to have some kids, so maybe he got millions, so maybe he stacked up some money. And why the fuck is everybody so comfortable telling this nigga to cut his nuts? Talk to me in the chat. He told a black man, first of all, epigenetic trigger warning, epigenetic trigger warning, epigenetic trigger warning. Somebody put that in the chat. Epigenetic trigger warning. A red man telling a black man to chop his nuts?
Whoa, hey. Why are you insulting my intelligence? Are you serious?
You recently welcomed your 12th child and daughter, Halo Marie Cannon. Congratulations. How is everyone doing?
Thank you, man. The family is amazing. Everybody's healthy, and that's all we can ask for.
Yeah.
That's great. Nick, I mean, you are single-handedly repopulating the earth. I give it up to you, man. What is your plan here? What is your end game with the kids? You just want to keep going, or is there a number? Do you want to hit 20?
Andy,
where are we going with this?
Clearly, I don't have a plan. So, Honestly, man, it's really just so much joy and elation to have the family that I have, and I embrace it and I love it, but I don't have a plan. That should have been clear from the jump.
A vasectomy?
Is that what you want me to get? This is my body, my choice.
Yes!
Now, mind you, just so you know, Nick was very serious. That was some passive aggressive shit, but Nick has to deal with that type of shit now because everybody knows that Nick isn't going to stand up for his motherfucking self. But let me ask you something real quick before I move forward, and I'm already getting too loud. What would happen if remember, that's a gay, listen to me. That is a gay red man that asked Nick Cannon that question.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Did you hear me? I said that is a gay red man that just told Nick Cannon, oh, congratulations on your 12th child. When are you going to have a vasectomy? A red gay man asked a black man who is reproducing, when is he going to chop his nuts?
You're a man. Yes. Look at the screen.
The white man is the devil, the Bible speaks of.
And that's what you're going to settle for.
I'm going to stick beside him.
Tell me if that's not some type of shit that you need to be furious about. But let me ask you this, because I got to move forward and I got to get back to this nigga Akon. Tell me what would happen if Nick Cannon said, nigga, you can't even reproduce putting your dick in somebody's butt, nigga. What if, I'm just saying, hypothetically, what if Nick Cannon said a vasectomy? Sir, mind you, this dude, somebody put it in the chat, his name is Andy Cohen. This dude's name is Andy Cohen.
But wait, there's more. Hang on to your seat, baby, because this one's a screamer.
This is a gay red man who got famous from being messy and flamboyant. What if Nick Cannon said a vasectomy? Nigga, you shouldn't worry about nothing because you can't even produce a child coming into the dookie shoe.
That's stupid, guys. Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense. But just use your common sense. Stop it. Y'all quit playing. Quit playing. Y'all killing me with this. Y'all just don't want to believe the truth. You don't want to believe it. I hope this camera keep going. That doesn't even make sense.
And this is where we got to talk about it. The moment I saw that video, I said, what the fuck? And remember, it's the same reason they feel so comfortable talking to Will Smith like that. You remember I showed you the video of that transgender person, Laverne Cox? And if that's not the most revealing name ever, you got a transgender 6'4", 250-pound biological male calling himself or herself Laverne Cox. This is the fucking algorithm. This is the Large Hadron Collider that did this shit. Laverne Cox, the 6'4", how tall? Can somebody go find out how tall is Laverne Cox? I don't know the weight because maybe she went on a diet, but this biological male can't be no shorter than 6 foot. Laverne Cox would have been a goddamn mechanic in 1962. Do you hear me? Laverne Cox would have been working on your motherfucking radiator in 1974 before we got so fucking comfortable that everybody's transgender nowadays. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. But remember how they were disrespecting Will Smith? The transgender said, Hey, Will Smith. Oh, congratulations on your new flick. But when are we gonna see you having? Hopefully, we don't have no more entanglements with you and your wife. You see how everything's a punchline? Don't you think black men are tired of being the butt of your motherfucking jokes after all we've been through? And so now you got this person talking about, ha ha ha, how about you have a vasectomy? Ha ha ha, Andy Cohen. How about you? You can't even have a kid with another man. And this is what I said on social media. Let me see if I have the paper. This is what I said on social media. Look at this. I said, this is my by the way, I changed my picture to Michael Jackson. But this is me on social media today or yesterday or whenever I think I posted this yesterday when I saw that video of the red man telling Nick Cannon to get a vasectomy. It's like, nigga, it's none of your business. Aren't these the same people? Wait a minute. Aren't the gay people the same people? Isn't the LGBT community the same people that told us to mind our business and all this my body, my choice shit? Why the fuck are you minding my business right now? So I said, a homosexual man. Now listen closely, guys. Joshua, are you listening? Joshua, are you listening? Listen closely, Joshua, because if you're not listening, you might miss this. Now, mind you, 1996 was the last year that real niggas were born. Now, I don't know if you were close to that year or whatever, but Joshua, I need you to listen very closely because this is the moment that you're going to prove if you're a real nigga or not. Because Joshua says that this Andy Cohen dude, this gay red man, has a child. Oh, he has a child. So I guess that makes it okay to tell a black man to get a vasectomy. Now, let me ask you this, because I might be new to this. Now, let me show you my face real quick. Joshua, I need you to show you my face. Because this is the comment that I said when I saw that video. I said, a homosexual man that cannot and will not have kids with his male mate. Joshua, can you please put that in the chat? A homosexual man that cannot and will not have kids with his male mate, telling a heterosexual male that is reproducing to stop reproducing is strange and insane to me. That's what I said. I said, in my personal opinion, remember, I've been fired for saying my personal opinion before, so I don't want to get in trouble. But in my opinion, Joshua, a homosexual male, listen very, very, very closely, a homosexual male, Andy Cohen, that cannot and will not have kids with his male mate, telling a heterosexual male to stop reproducing when he's reproducing is strange and insane to me. That's what I said. Now, I just want you guys to tell me in the chat, am I wrong? Is it not strange to have a homosexual male telling a black man to stop reproducing and to get a vasectomy? And Joshua and anybody else in the chat, you can definitely call in right now and let me know how this is correct. Just because he, quote unquote, has a child. Because Joshua says, Andy Cohen, he has a child. Well, let me ask you this, because maybe you're not understanding where I'm coming from. Where did Andy Cohen get that child? Did Andy Cohen get that child from sticking his penis in his mate? Did Andy Cohen stick his penis in his mate? Did Andy Cohen come to forget his penis? Because a lot of the LGBT community like to act like, oh, you're always talking about our genitalia. Okay, did Andy Cohen form a union with his mate and create a child, like we all know a child to be created? Or did Andy Cohen go and get some woman to sign a contract to give him a baby because that's the only way you can have a baby is to go by God's way? So did Andy Cohen sign a contract and do it God's way, even though he didn't fuck the bitch because he can't get hard from a bitch because he only gets hard from hard masculine men? Talk to me in the chat. Did Andy Cohen have a baby with a woman? Did he lay with a woman and smack that woman's motherfucking ass? Talk to me in the chat. Andy Cohen sitting there like a punk bitch, gossiping on his show. That's just my opinion. And he has a kid. He has a kid from a surrogacy. Get it right. A surrogacy, shit. If that's the case, Brittany Griner has a motherfucking kid. If that's the case, anybody can have a motherfucking test tube baby. Oh, see, you're gonna get me suspended tonight, guys. Put a 7 in the chat. You guys are gonna go ahead and get me suspended. Smooth Jazz the Wave. This is how I get suspended. I just start talking my shit. I just start talking my shit, and I don't even know when to stop. Solo motherfucking dolo. Look at this one, guys. This one's a doozy. So we have here, let me tell you exactly what we have here. We have here, guys. Now this one's gonna blow your socks the fuck off. You hear me? This one's gonna blow your fucking socks off, and I promise you it will. We have here a woman who posted this meme yesterday.
You see something. And you see now, you done fucked up, you know that, don't you? I thought that's so, you know what I'm saying? You done fucked up, now you're the dumb.
So we have this woman here. Her name is The Real Voodoo Bay. Now that's an interesting name, isn't it, guys? The Real Voodoo Bay.
Shame. 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 Shame.
The Real Voodoo Bay. She posted this on Instagram yesterday. Just a reminder that Tory Lanez is guilty and Kevin Samuels is dead. And I think this is it looks like the Rugrats. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm 99% sure that this is maybe Cynthia's, not Cynthia's mom. I think her name was Susie. What was the black girl's name on Rugrats? I think her name was Susie. I think that's Susie's mom on Rugrats. But anyway, he posted this black woman looking all devious or whatever, like a goddamn witch, basically. And she says, just a reminder that Tory Lanez is guilty and Kevin Samuels is dead.
Bitch, you better be joking.
And I said, wow, that's pretty, at this point, I'm not even shocked, because remember, I talked about how the people were initially laughing at Kevin Samuels when he died. They were happy when he died. So I already learned about that. But it was just another reminder that, wow. And then I said, damn, these people are so bold. Why would she even say this? And then I remembered, guys. Does anybody remember, if we're talking about Kevin Samuels, Tupac Shakur, whatever black man, Michael Jackson, Kobe Bryant, R. Kelly, it's just, what is it? What is it, guys? What if we're talking about all these black men in America? Are they individuals or are they part of a bigger picture? I told you before, all of these black men are what? You know it. You already know the answer. They're variables. A black man, these black men are just random variables. X, Y, Z, it doesn't matter. If you say Kevin Samuels, you say Tupac, you say whoever, they're just all the same. So when she says Tory Lanez or Kevin Samuels, these are just random variables. They're talking about all black men. This woman here, in particular, she's happy because black men are dying and going to jail. Okay? So I had to go look up this woman real quick. It's no big deal. But I don't want you guys to harass her, but her name is the Voodoo Bay. And as you can see at the bottom right there, she still has the post up. She has, 14,000 followers on this page. She has a few pages, but this is one of her pages, and she posted that, and you see it's still right there at the bottom. She didn't take it down, and believe it or not, guess who's all in the comments laughing ha 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 at this meme? Because remember, the first thing you're going to say is, "Oh, that's wrong. I can't believe she did that." Okay, fair enough. But let's go deeper into the conversation. Who's all in the comments laughing? Go to her Instagram and see who's all in the comments laughing. I'm going to let you guys guess who's all in the comments laughing. But here's the funny thing real quick. I just wanted to say this. I had to go look this woman up, the Voodoo Bae. I don't even know who the fuck this woman is, but her name is the Voodoo Bae. This is her. And I said, wow, she has a very interesting name. I could go and talk about her witchcraft. But I said, wait a minute, why does she look like she's in the Nation of Islam or something? Like, how the fuck are you going to be talking shit how are you going to be celebrating black men dying and going to jail, but you look like you just came from the Million Man March? See, this is the Large Hadron Collider. Somebody put that in the chat. The algorithm is starting to learn you niggas because you got these women. This woman's called the Voodoo Bae. And every picture, the bitch got her head wrapped up. She's wearing the kente cloth and the African garments. If you didn't know any better, you would think this woman is down for the cause. Now, mind you, this woman is barely black. I mean, I don't want to be divisive, but let's just be honest, guys. She's barely black. She can pull off any fucking race if she wants to. But she's talking shit about Kevin Samuels and Tory Lanez and everything else. And look at that's her on the right. That's her with the brown hair on the right. Look at what is this picture giving? Somebody put that in the chat. What is this picture? What is the vibration of this picture? Joshua, yeah, she's bad. Yeah, she's bad, all right. And here's the thing. That's the problem of us as men, and myself included. We will see all of these red flags. This woman is celebrating the death of black men. This woman is talking about she's into witchcraft and voodoo. And the most thing we can say is she's bad. See, that's our problem. That's our problem. I'm still trying to figure out how to get myself out of that, because even though most of the time I can contain myself, there's times when I let my lust overcome my better thinking. But the fact of the matter is, when you see a woman like this, and her name is the fucking Voodoo Bae, and she's celebrating the death of black men, The last thing you need to worry about is how fucking bad she is. And let me just be honest, Joshua, I don't know how far or where you live. I don't know if you live in Wisconsin or what the fuck. But this woman is not that bad.
Bitch, you better be joking.
Guys in the chat, how about we do a Kevin Samuels and give this woman a rating? What's this woman's rating? On a scale from 1 to 10, out of all of the women that have ever been created on the earth, what is her rating? I mean, let's just really look at her, the woman on the right. Think about when she wakes up in the morning, she got crust in her eyes. She doesn't have that shiny stuff on her mouth. She doesn't have those earrings in her ear. Her hair is all over the place. Her eyebrows probably aren't even there. She drew her eyebrows on. Those eyelashes, she's going to pull them off and stick them onto the fucking countertop. Talk to me in the motherfucking chat. Jay, Joshua, and I'm going to talk to you, Joshua, because you have the same name as me. Are you going to look at me dead in my face? Look at me in my face right now. Look at me in my face and tell me that when she pulls those eyelashes off and sticks them on the motherfucking countertop, she's still bad? Oh yeah, I'm bringing it to you guys. This is the news that the news doesn't show. She's bad. The nigga says she's bad. She's bad like what? Explain bad to me, Jack. How about that? Maybe I'm losing my composure. What do you mean she's bad? This is a random, normal biatch. Talk to me. But in the meantime, you know what? I think I'm getting too ahead of myself. Thank you guys for joining me. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you were here with me tonight. It was really easy. Every single time that I see you, it means a lot to me. I treat it like it's the last time. Think about it. Barbara Walters just died. Did you hear about that? Barbara Walters. Think about that. If Barbara Walters could die, J-Lethal could easily die. So, how about this? If Barbara Walters is dead, you need to understand that J-Lethal's is Barbara Walters. Somebody put that in the chat. Mami Rica, listen, I know you haven't been here in class in a while, but Barbara Walters is dead. And since I got my last channel deleted, I stopped being a fucking whatever I was. Now I'm a journalist. I'm not a whatever I was on my last channel. If I was a teacher or whatever I was, I'm a journalist now. I'm a YouTuber now. So if Barbara Walters is dead, who the fuck is going to give you the news? Talk to me in the chat. Like this woman here, she said, look, Kevin Samuels is dead and Tory Lanez is guilty. Now, I'm not going to be mad at that woman, but it's mighty weird. Somebody put that in the chat. It's mighty strange. This woman who can barely pass the brown paper bag test. Talk to me in the chat. This woman can barely pass the motherfucking brown paper bag test, and she's telling us about black men dying. It's funny to her. Now, let me ask you in the chat, what is this picture giving? Is this picture giving? I'm going to tell you, okay, I want you guys to go ahead and type in the chat what this picture is giving. And I'll tell you what I think this picture is giving, or in other words, what is the vibration of this picture? I'm gonna tell you what I think, and you tell me what you think. Don't cheat off of my answer. Don't copy my answer. I'm gonna put my answer down in the chat, and I want you to put your answer down in the chat. What is this picture giving? To me, this picture, if I had like, okay, if I only had a few words, this picture is giving lesbianism. This picture is giving feminism. This picture is giving witchcraft, right? This picture is giving a disturbing amount of hatred for the heterosexual Black American man. This picture is giving the L word, right? I mean, you got to look at their eyes, like look at their face. Tell me, what is their face? What face is that? You got to understand that every time somebody's making a face, that's how they feel inside. What is this face? The cheeks together. The cheeks together. Man, you know what? Listen. By the way, I hope you guys put the kids to bed because now we're 2 hours into this thing and anything goes. Somebody put that in the chat. When we're 2 hours into this thing, ask Akon. Anything goes.
I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? Learn something from this.
How come people can own energy? Like the whole concept of it doesn't make sense to me.
I know what you mean.
It just doesn't make sense
Listen,
to me.
it didn't make sense to me at all.
Right.
Because even in America, hadn't I had the portfolio in Africa, it's no way they would have let me get into the energy business.
How come people can own energy? How come people can own energy? Like the whole concept of it doesn't make sense to me.
I know what you mean.
It just doesn't make sense
Listen,
to me.
it didn't make sense to me at all.
Right.
Because even in America, hadn't I had the portfolio in Africa, it's no way they would have let me get into the energy business here.
How come people can own energy? Like the whole concept of it doesn't make sense to me.
I know what you mean.
It just doesn't make sense
Listen,
to me.
it didn't make sense to me at all.
Right.
Because even in America, hadn't I had the portfolio in Africa, it's no way they would have let me get into the energy business here.
Wow.
Impossible.
It's
Like
impossible.
They hovering over it. They keep
They
it to
monopoly. It's a monopoly. They're
It's
not
a-
letting you
okay.
get a piece of that. None of that. They're not letting you get a piece of no water, no energy. I mean, alcohol. You name it. Anything that creates
sanitation.
It's not even weed. It's
like,
not even
the only
weed.
thing they honestly let us get a piece of is narcotics. The drug game is the only thing they let us get a piece of because that they need us to be able to move it for them.
Right.
If you notice,
Yeah.
they let you get into the illegal drug business, but they will never let you get into the pharmaceutical side.
Not the pharmaceutical side.
Yeah.
They'll never let us.
Now, who are they?
The establishment.
There it is. And who's the establishment?
White folks. Let's just be real. I mean, let's just be real.
Yeah.
Colored people aren't in that circle.
They're not in those circles.
They just not, unless you make such a significant impact to the point where you help bring in a huge value.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
I was about to go on a muted rant, but I caught myself. Listen closely. Did you miss it? Did you miss it? That was the most important video of the night. Somebody put that in the chat. That was the most important video of the night.
I am Shakespeare in the flesh. Walt Disney, Nike, Google. Now, who's going to be the Medici family and stand up and let me create more? Or do you want to marginalize me till I'm out of my moment?
Or why don't you empower yourself and don't need them and do it yourself?
How, Sway?
Take a few steps back to go.
You ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got the answers.
Kanye.
You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers, Sway.
Kanye.
I've been doing this more than you.
Doing what
You
more
ain't
than
got.
me? Come on, chill out.
You
bro.
ain't got the
Kanye,
answers.
relax.
You ain't got the
Bro,
answers.
I'm asking you.
You
a
ain't been doing the
question.
education,
bro.
You ain't been doing the
Kanye.
education.
It looks like Ye has been upset for a while now. Somebody put that in the chat. It looks like Ye has been giving us warning signs that he was about to snap a while ago. Matter of fact, that's going to be the next fucking video. Postal. We're going postal on you bitches. You ever heard about that? You go postal at work? You just fucking lose it, you snap? We're going postal. And listen to this. This was the most important video of the night, but you guys just missed it. Listen to it. This is the most important video. This is why I told you when you come to J-Lethal's channel, you're not getting some runaround hamster wheel conversation. When you come to this channel, what you're going to get is a motherfucking revolutionary conversation. Listen to Akon. A lot of people could talk about Akon, how black he is. You could talk about his hairline all day. You could talk about this shitty ass Akon City. Somebody put that in the chat. Go put that in the chat. TD Hip Hop Media. I always shout him out because I love his channel. I love that brother. He always replies to my comments. TD Hip Hop Media. Go watch his videos. He makes politics very easy to understand. He makes it understandable why we need to be into politics. TD Hip Hop Media. Anyway, he made a video about Akon recently in Akon City because Akon is supposedly building a whole city in Senegal. This shit looks like a motherfucking backyard that hasn't been tended to in a year and a half. There's no Akon fucking city. It's a goddamn hoax until proven otherwise. But listen to this video. This is the most important video. I've been sitting on this video for damn near 2 years. I've been had this video since the first time Akon was talking shit on DJ Vlad. Did you hear Akon talking shit on DJ Vlad? Did y'all hear Akon talking shit on DJ Vlad, talking about we don't need to in Africa, we don't worry about slavery. We got over that shit. Listen to this nigga.
We don't even think about it. The only time we think about it, how is slavery really looked at out there? Well, in Senegal, we've kind of overcome the thought of slavery. We don't even think about it. The only time we think about it, honestly, is when we're doing tours that go to islands.
He said the only time we think about slavery in Senegal is when we're getting money from doing the tourist attractions or where we sold these niggas at. But now listen to Akon, because none of these niggas on YouTube have this receipt. Somebody put that in the chat. I am the receipt king. Do you hear me? Nobody... Humbly speaking, I am the receipt king in the flesh. Nobody has this receipt except Sway. I had to sit through the interview to watch this shit years ago. Akon slipped up and admitted. He said Black Americans are not allowed to get into any type of industry that has any type of revenue or really any type of essential industry, energy, sanitation, blah, 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 blah. He was naming all the different type of fucking things that Black Americans could not get into. But listen to this. Akon said, it's only because I had an African profile. He did business with Africa. That's the reason why he's allowed to get into the industry of energy, and he's allowed to make his own Akon City. Listen to him. He admitted that the red man will not allow Black people to elevate. So all that bullshit about we need to get over slavery and we just need to pick ourselves up by the bootstraps and we just need to stop complaining and get together. You said it from your fucking stupid ass mouth. That even if we did get together, and even if we did stop complaining about slavery, it wouldn't matter because we're Black American.
How come people can own energy? Like the whole concept of it doesn't make sense to me.
I know what you mean.
It just doesn't make sense to me.
Listen, it didn't make sense to me at all.
Right.
Because even in America, hadn't I had the portfolio in Africa, it's no way they would have let me get into the energy business here.
Wow.
Impossible.
It's
like
impossible.
They hovering over it. They keep
It's
it to
a monopoly. They're not letting you
Okay.
get a piece of that. None of that. You're not letting you get a piece of no water, no energy. I mean, alcohol. You name it. Anything that creates
sanitation.
It's not even weed.
Like,
It's not even
the only
weed.
thing they honestly let us get a piece of is narcotics. The drug game is the only thing they let us get a piece of because that they need us to be able to move it for them.
Right. If you notice,
That's all you motherfuckers do is cry, bro. That's all they do on fucking Twitter. Well, I'm really black because my parents were here in 1945 and they know Martin Luther King. Shut the fuck up. That's why foreigners come to this country and laugh at you niggas, bro. Real talk. Chinese people come to this fucking country. You know what they do? They open up a fucking Chinese food spot in the hood. The Indian people, they go open up a convenience store in the hood. The Arabs, they come into the United States, they put a fucking liquor store in the hood, and them niggas can't even drink. They laughing at you, stupid fucks. Because you guys come into the store, oh, hey son, let me get a pack of Hennessy. Yo, I only got 20 on me right now, bro. I know it's 50, but yo, do it. Hook a brother up. No, come back again with the money. They laugh at you niggas because you guys were born here with the opportunity, and they're making a killing off you stupid fucks because you guys speak English, born here, raised here, U.S. citizenship, and you're still a fucking loser going into a.
You see that? So how is it that we're born here? We have all the opportunities, but you also said we're born here and they keep us out of the opportunities. Which one is it? Which one is it, Akon? Which one is it, Fresh and Fit? Are we born here and so we have all the opportunities? Or is it we're born here as black people and so we're kept away from all the opportunities? Which one is it?
How come people can own energy? Like the whole concept of it doesn't make sense to me. I know what you mean. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Listen, it didn't make sense to me at all.
The black woman, somebody put that in the chat. The black American woman, she said, it doesn't even make sense to me, the concept of a person owning energy. You know how all of us are sitting here with the lights on, we have our Wi-Fi, we have our camera, we have our charger. The energy that sustains our life in America, this black American woman cannot even fathom or comprehend how human beings can own that energy. Meanwhile, the African, not only does he comprehend how to own the energy, he's in on it. I need you to listen to me. He's in on it.
How come people can own energy? Like the whole concept of it doesn't make sense to me. I know what you mean. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Listen, it didn't make sense to me at all. Right. Because even in America, hadn't I had the portfolio in Africa, it's no way they would have let me get into the energy business here. Wow. Impossible.
It's like they hovering over it. They keep it to
monopoly. It's a monopoly. They're not letting you get a piece of that. None of that. You're not letting you get a piece of no water, no energy. I mean, alcohol.
And you can't get water. You can't get a piece of the water. That means, think about it. They're selling you the water that your body requires. This is where it gets biblical, guys. And I hate to go there. But can somebody find me the scripture that says we must go to our enemy in want and need of all things, in nakedness and in thirst? No. The Bible told us, actually warned us, that we were going to be in this condition where we got to go to our enemy. And nakedness, that means when we're naked, we got to go to our enemy to try to help us to not be naked. And when we're thirsty, we got to go to our enemy to help us not be thirsty. And now Akon is revealing to us that that same enemy that the Bible told us, they're keeping Black Americans out of that thirst that we require to be quenched. Remember, we don't just want water. Do you hear me? P this, P that. No. P this, P that. I love you, but you better put that scripture in the chat. Deuteronomy 28:48. You better put it in the chat for all of us to understand. Because Akon is sitting here talking about, yeah, you niggas can't even get water for yourself. Do you understand that? Do you understand how disrespectful it is for this man Akon to be laughing at us with the red man and with everybody else talking? And in case you didn't see the video earlier, go ahead and rewind it. I'm not playing it again because I don't want to get a copyright strike. He was sitting with a woman from a black woman. Now listen to this. This is where it gets important. Akon was sitting with a black woman from the UK who was Jamaican. So none of these people are Black American, and your main conversation is about how Black Americans are lazy, on drugs, they cannot perform. Now let me ask you this, Akon. Regardless of all the bullshit of how you personally feel, are you just that obtuse? Somebody put that in the chat. Is Akon literally that obtuse to where he cannot understand that putting out the narrative or furthering the narrative, strengthening the narrative of Black people in America being lazy, on drugs, wobbling around, high, forgetting their lyrics, they can't perform well? You're telling me you don't see how that's dangerous to Black Americans? Fuck your personal opinion. Fuck Senegal, nigga. How about that? J-Lethal said it. Fuck Senegal, nigga, right now. Oh, come back to Senegal. No. How about that? No, I'm not going back to Senegal. So you can call me some crazy name that I don't even know about underneath your breath, or you can go and talk your native language just like every other person does. Don't you know my family is also from Costa Rica, so I know a little bit of Spanish? I had to go off on a lady at the pizza shop the other day because they trying to talk about me in Spanish. Bitch, are you stupid? Here's another thing. If you speak Spanish, I told this woman the other day at the pizza shop, I said, bitch, I wanted to say bitch, but I didn't say bitch. I said, ma'am, I need you to understand that just because my color is this, that doesn't mean that you become invisible when you speak Spanish. Are you bitches dumb? Have you ever seen somebody, and I'm just going to switch the conversation completely. Have you ever seen people speak Spanish about you in front of you? They act like they're invisible. It's like, bro, even if I don't know Spanish, I can pick up context clues. You start speaking in Spanish, like, this pinche pendejo. Yeah, this pinche pendejo es pinche negrito. Pinche negro es pinche puto. I'm like, bro, I mean, I know what puto means. Can you at least give me that? You're just talking about me right in front of my face. And then that makes me infuriated. You know why it makes me infuriated? Because I want a Black American language. Put a 7 in the chat if you require, fuck want, fuck desire. You require a Black American language that only we know so that we can talk shit about these ugly brat-eating motherfucking ass motherfuckers. Everybody else that talks shit about us, we need to talk shit about them in our language and clown their ass in front of their face, loud as hell, in our language where nobody knows it. And here's another thing. I work in a Mexican restaurant right now. I just got fired from a steakhouse. I work in a Mexican restaurant. Get you a nigga who can work at every place. I didn't work at a burger joint, a seafood restaurant, a Mexican restaurant. I didn't work at the goddamn steakhouse. I worked at Italian food. Bitch, I didn't served it all. Ho. I done served it all. Now I'm at the Mexican restaurant. It's about 98% Mexican people working there, and they be talking they shit in Spanish. And they kind of give me a little pass because they see I'm a little fluent in Spanish. But here's the thing, they're still very territorial, very tribal, and very fucking racist. And I didn't forget that. And can somebody put this in the chat? I didn't even bring this up. Speaking of which, I'm going to just go there since I'm at it. Shout out to my people. Oh, matter of fact, I'm fucked up. I can't even put the video up. Shout out to Pele. Somebody put that in the chat. Do y'all know who Pele is? Pele is a soccer player. And I can show you the picture right now, but I want you to go look it up. Go look up Pele. Pele. Soccer player. This is a black man. If you never saw this man open his mouth, you would say that's a black man. He has an afro. He's dark brown, darker than me, and he's a black man. He's the most popular soccer player of all time. More than Messi, more than Ronaldo. This man was the first Ronaldo, the first Messi. The black American soccer player, Pele. And shout out to my grandfather who used to watch football or soccer. Black people have been dominating soccer. And Pele just passed away the other day. But speaking to the Latino community, all the Latino community that have been trying to be racist or whatever, go look at the most famous soccer player or the most famous football player. He's a black man. That's what you need to know. That's what you need to know. So let's move forward. And I don't even know, I was supposed to be chilling right now. I don't even know at what point I got so upset, but I'm feeling upset. You know what? I'm feeling a little upset. So let me relax and let me try to find something to make me laugh. What did they say on the Players Club? What did old boy say in the back?
If you won't smoke, bitch gon' get.
What did old boy say on the Players Club? You remember he was like, do something to make me feel good. Fuck that. I'm gonna do something to make me laugh because I feel my heart starting to populate. I need to relax.
Hello, everyone, and happy Kwanzaa. Doug and I send our warmest wishes to all of you this holiday season.
During Kwanzaa, we celebrate the history and heritage of the African American community and the African diaspora.
Growing up, Kwanzaa was always a special time. We came together with generations of friends and family and neighbors. There were never enough chairs, so my sister and I and the other children would often sit on the floor, and together we lit the candles of the Kinara, and then the elders would talk about how Kwanzaa is a time to celebrate culture, community, and family. And they, of course, taught us about the 7 principles. My favorite principle was always the second, Kujichagulia, self-determination. The power.
Can somebody please tell me what the fuck is going on? I don't know.
Can somebody put that in the chat? There's 7 principles to KKK Kwanzaa, according to Kamala Harris. She said the second principle of Kwanzaa, Kujichagulia. Listen to her. Listen to this. This woman wants us to believe that during Christmas, even though she grew up in the Indian household, she was celebrating Kwanzaa, the Black American holiday, and Kujichagulia was her favorite principle.
Sensational.
Oh my God! Wow! Oh my God!
Hello, everyone, and happy Kwanzaa. Doug and I send our warmest wishes to all of you this holiday season.
During Kwanzaa, we celebrate the history and heritage of the African American community and the African diaspora.
Growing up, Kwanzaa was always a special time. We came together with generations of friends and family and neighbors. There were never enough chairs, so my sister and I and the other children would often sit on the floor, and together we lit the candles of the Kinara, and then the elders would talk about how Kwanzaa is a time to celebrate culture, community, and family. And they, of course, taught us about the 7 principles. My favorite principle was always the second, Kujichagulia, self-determination, the power to design your own life and determine your own future. And it is a deeply American principle, one that guides me every day as Vice President.
To everyone celebrating, we hope your week is filled with love and light. From our family to yours, Happy Kwanzaa.
Today, I'm announcing a $135 million commitment to help 11 tribal communities.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit.
Today, I'm announcing a $135 million commitment to help 11 tribal communities.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No.
From Maine, Louisiana, Arizona, Washington State, and Alaska to move, in some cases, their entire communities back to safer ground.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No.
And pay for that. I've also requested $9.1 billion, that's with a B, $billion, for the Indian Health Services.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No.
I've asked Congress for the first time ever to make that funding mandatory, a mandatory part of the federal budget.
Did you catch it, guys? Did you hear it? Did you hear it? Now, I don't have time to keep I don't have time to keep playing you the same receipts over and over and over. I already showed you the receipts of when they asked Joe Biden about reparations, and he said the only way black Americans can get reparations is if the Native Americans get some of it too. Somebody put that in the chat. Joe Biden literally said, and I can pull up the receipt if you want to call my bluff, motherfucker. Joe Biden literally said, plain out, the only way he will even consider reparations for black Americans is if the Native Americans get some too. But listen to what he says when he's talking about the Native Americans. I need you to focus. See, when it's about black people, everybody else got to get a piece. But when it's about everybody else, it's just about them. Look, he said he's going to give money to 11 tribal communities. Talk to me in the chat. This nigga Joe Biden said he's going to give $50 million to these 11 tribal communities. Who's the one that described the tribal communities? Listen closely. Who's the one that described the tribal communities? I need to know.
Today, I'm announcing $135 million.
If she won't smoke, bitch gon' get what she came for.
Today, I'm announcing a $135 million commitment to help 11 tribal communities.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No.
From Maine, Louisiana, Arizona, Washington State, and Alaska to move, in some cases, their entire communities back to safer ground.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No.
And pay for that. I've also requested $9.1 billion, that's with a B, $1 billion, for the Indian Health Services.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No.
I've asked Congress for the first time ever to make that funding mandatory, a mandatory part of the federal budget.
Now remember, Mark Sanchez, remember, I know you have family that's, in the Indian, Native American and all that community and all that like that. I'm not hating on nobody for getting anything. I'm not hating on nobody for existing. What I'm saying is we need to understand and admit, right, that there is one group that is being systematically left out of all of these conversations. Can we admit that? Regardless of how we feel, regardless of what race we are, we can admit that there is one particular group that is always left out of the conversations. Now, I have a lot more receipts, but I don't have a lot more time. So I'm going to try to move forward. But did you see?
Hello, everyone, and happy.
Did you see?
Hello, everyone, and happy Kwanzaa.
Sorry.
Hello, everyone.
Can I delete that? Hold on. I'm trying to delete this fucking video. Okay, there we go. Did you see Kamala Harris She said she celebrated Kwanzaa when she grew up, and she had the nerve to be sitting there next to a red man. The red man said, "Yes, we celebrate the African American Kwanzaa." Do you see how these niggas give you tokenism, as Malcolm X used to say? You think we give a fuck about Kwanzaa? How about this? Because maybe I'm not black enough. I don't eat chitlins. So some people, I remember I told one black man, I don't eat chitlins. He said, listen to this. This is a real story. I told this one black man I used to work with when I told you I worked at Italian. I worked selling motherfucking steaks. This is when I was selling Asian food. Somebody put that in the chat. I was selling Asian food at PF Chang's. I told this man, I don't eat chitlins. Do you know what my coworker told me? A black man. He said, you don't eat chitlins? Do you even eat our food? Listen to this. He asked me because I told him I don't eat chitlins, which is pig shit, pig intestine, pig guts that the massa gave to us. I told him I don't eat that shit. He said, do you even eat our food? Our food? What do you mean our food? You're telling me that pig guts is our food? You niggas make me sick sometimes. You niggas literally make me sick.
And, just be honest and don't be a narcissist, because it's a lot of men out here that's really narcissists out here. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this is Teresa, right?
Yeah.
Teresa VA 45. What part of Virginia?
You see her breaking.
What happened?
She wants to get on camera. You hear her wilding out. Oh no, you can't act like that. Oh my God. That's so embarrassing. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay. So, Teresa, okay. So let me just acknowledge this. A guy.
Police! 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 Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Fuck that! I don't need that shit in my life. You die, motherfucker! Oh my God! What do you think I am, huh? What do you think I am, a fucking worm like you? I told you, man. I told you, don't fuck with me. I told you, no fucking kids. No, but you wouldn't listen. Well, you stupid fuck. Look at you now.
And, just be honest and don't be a narcissist, because it's a lot of men out here that's really narcissists out here. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this is Teresa, right?
Yeah.
Teresa VA 45. What part of Virginia?
You see her breaking.
What happened?
She wants to get on camera. You hear her wilding out. Oh no, you can't act like that. Oh my God. That's so embarrassing. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay. So,
That's suspicious. That's weird. And you want to know what else is funny?
Desperate times, guys. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Somebody put that in the chat. Desperate times calls for desperate measures. Listen, J-Lethal wasn't even supposed to exist. Maybe in an alternate reality, I shaved my head and I joined the fucking army. But in this reality, I'm a fucking journalist. I'm a YouTuber. And I'm just giving you the news doesn't show. So listen, we're talking about Akon. Why are we talking about Akon? Well, because again, if you don't understand why what Akon did is problematic, you are part of the problem. And I'm asking questions. You told me I was an African American. Raise your hand in the chat if you've ever at any point in time called yourself an African American. I'm not talking about just right now. I'm talking about at any time. Even if one time you've thought yourself, okay, African American, or you never thought nothing wrong with calling yourself an African American at one point in your life. Raise your hand. I'll raise my hand. There was one point in my life where I either called myself an African American or I didn't think nothing wrong with it. Now I'm asking questions, motherfucker, because I'm looking at Africa in itself. I'm seeing y'all motherfuckers fight in yourself. I'm seeing y'all fight the same way we fight, or even more, because a lot of y'all are police officers. A lot of y'all are in governmental positions. Y'all cooning just like us or more because there's more of y'all out there. How the fuck you got 40? Give me what is the population of black people in Nigeria? I want to say 70 million, something like that. I don't know. Somebody told me one time that the population in Nigeria alone is 70 million. I don't know if that's true. Maybe y'all can fact check it. What is the population of Nigeria, people in Nigeria today? But if that's true, there's more people in Nigeria than there are black people in America. And Nigeria is just one of the 54 countries in Africa. And you're telling me y'all aren't running that bitch? Y'all got Chinese motherfuckers and all type of, y'all still got white Jesus? Before I go to Africa, somebody put that in the chat. This is another motherfucking quote from J-LEETHAL. Put this on my gravestone. Before I go to Africa, God damn it, explain to me why you got white Jesus over there still with a 99% population. I interviewed a man over 5 years ago at my old job. Now, this is when I told you I was selling Asian food. Right now, I'm selling Mexican food. I was selling steaks, but there was a time where I was selling seafood. This is the time where I was selling seafood. There was the security guard, this black man that used to do security on the weekends at my seafood restaurant, and he was from Uganda. Somebody put that in the chat. This black man from Uganda. I'll never forget the video. I put the video on I put the video on my first channel. That shit got thousands of views. Hey, my first channel, I was getting thousands of views. I'm not gonna lie. I was breaking the algorithm. That's the reason why they had to delete me. But I interviewed this man over 5 years ago at my job from Uganda. You know what he told me? He said Uganda has about 97% black people. I said, damn, what? Imagine your apartment complex has 97% black people. Imagine your job has 97%. He said Uganda has 97 or above percent black people. And you can fact check that right now. I don't know if he was lying to me, but this one man was from Uganda. He said it's 97% black people over there. And then you know what he told me? He said the mayor is from Ireland. The governor is from fucking whatever, Wisconsin. And Jesus is white in Uganda. How the fuck you have 98, 99% black population and the Jesus is white? And you're going to fix your mouth to tell me to move over there? No. I said no.
do you support reparations for Black people?
Well, listen, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No, because whatever benefits that Black family will benefit that community and society as a whole in the country.
I think UK music has always been like the centerfold of inspiration for a lot of music global areas. I think UK music has always been like the centerfold of inspiration for a lot of music global areas, especially the United States. I think UK don't realize how much influence you guys have on US music, especially right now.
You see, here's more of it. Now he's talking about how the UK influences the United States music so much. Now watch it, listen to it. He's talking about the niggas. In other words, you never want to give Black Americans credit for anything.
Period. How old are your children?
I think UK music has always been like the centerfold of inspiration for a lot of music global areas, especially the United States. I think UK don't realize how much influence you guys have on US music, especially right now when you look at the drill scene. Bro, this been happening in the UK since I came back in 2003, from grime to all that. You know what I'm saying? Drill, like, this been here. There's a lot of influence that comes from this side that I don't think people recognize is actually influencing a lot of the music in the States. I would say that the scene here is super vibrant, and I think it's just a matter of time before the rest of the world discovers it.
You see, he's going on a whole tour. Somebody put that in the chat. This nigga is going on a whole tour disrespecting Black America. He's going on a whole tour literally talking shit about how Black Americans, we get our style from Africa, or forgive me, we get our style from the UK. I guess because people like Pop Smoke and stuff started rapping over these certain type of beats. Nigga, who created rap to begin with? You're talking about we're copying the UK for drill rap. Now, shout out to the UK. I fuck with the UK, and I love the way the UK dudes be rapping, but these niggas was eating tea and crumpets before we came and changed the scene. I'm putting my chest out. How about that? Everybody else putting their chest out. I'm putting my chest out. Y'all niggas was eating tea and crumpets before we came on the scene, and we started breakdancing. We started running from the police. We started putting crazy designs in our head. We started putting graffiti on the motherfucking walls. That's when you wanted to start doing y'all shit. Years later, we set the precedent. Don't forget it. But remember, I'm just talking my shit. Speaking of that, or matter of fact, I don't even have to speak of that. I'm just going to move forward. Put a 7 in the chat if I could just show you a whole bunch of receipts. They don't even have to make sense, but we're going to bring it back to Akon and we're going to get the fuck out of here. If I could just show you a whole bunch of receipts, because we're 3 hours into this thing, put a 7 in the chat. Shout out to my nigga Conscious TV. I saw Conscious TV. He was in the stream the other day. Did y'all see that? Put a 7 in the chat if you saw Conscious TV. He came in the chat. That's my nigga, man. Shout out to my nigga, man. He's from the LGBT community, and I love that brother regardless of his lifestyle. I'm going to extend love to that brother. But you know, Conscious TV, we can't have you on the platform just running crazy, thinking you could just do whatever, and we're not going to have that. We have to have real discussion. Until you can prove that you have real discussion, we can have you on the channel. But shout out to Conscious TV. He was in the chat the other day, and it got me thinking. I said, I wonder what Conscious TV is up to. So I went on Conscious TV's channel. Do you know Conscious TV? Now, when I met him, I think he only had like 20,000 subscribers. Do you know Conscious TV, now he has 40,000 subscribers?
Mm. Mm.
I said, damn, a lot of people moving up in the world, and I'm not even worried about the fact that I only got 450 subscribers, because my 450 subscribers, all of them are real. And I probably have more than 450, but they won't let me have 1,000 because they don't want me to get into triple digits, because it's a psychological operation that you don't understand. But let's move forward. So I said, damn, this nigga Conscious TV doubled his subscribers from the last time I seen him. So shout out to Conscious TV. And I said, I wonder what he's talking about. Now, Conscious, if you're watching this, I gotta tell you, brother, a lot of your videos are about Tory Lanez. I don't know what that's about. I don't know why the last 20 videos you have are about Tory Lanez. I'm not gonna call you out because everybody has the right to do what they want on their platform, but do you think it's productive for you to have the last 20, literally the last 15 videos that on your channel are all have Tory Lanez in bold capital letters? Don't you think that's dragging it a little bit, sir? Shouldn't we have more forward productive conversations? Conscious TV? And Conscious TV, since you were in the chat the other day, I was in your chat the other day, and I saw this, and it was a long video, so I didn't stay. But the Most High God put me in your presence enough to hear this conversation. I want you guys to hear, shout out to Conscious TV. I want you to hear a conversation he recently had on his channel. And I just happened to catch this part. Listen to this. This is a woman on Conscious TV's channel who supports Conscious TV. And they were having a conversation about black men and black women and who's doing wrong and who's doing right. And listen to one of Conscious TV's supporters talking about black men.
We've seen, with the utmost respect, I say that, with love, I say that, we've seen historically single black women raise successful black men successfully. And the truth of the matter is, we can't say what it takes to be a man, because if you've ever had a good example, you may not have had a good example in your home, but you had a good example at school. Possibly you had a good example somewhere in your neighborhood. There were examples. So we can't say that. What you can say is, we can't speak to the experience of a man when it comes to being a single mother raising a male son. We can't speak to their experiences, but we can speak to other people's experience that we experienced as well. So you can't
define
say
successful. Define successful. What is your definition of successful? What is your definition of successful?
Historically, we've had
your definition of successful. We are not the same with the definition of success. What is your definition of success?
My brothers.
Did you hear it? I need you to listen one more time, because I'm not going to play it again. I'm going to play it one more time. This is a conversation on Conscious TV's platform. This is a brother that I've had a conversation with. He's allegedly trying to gain healing and understanding. And shout out to Conscious TV for even having these conversations. But listen to the conversation in real time. This is what I told you guys. I told you, I said, if you ever ask these women, who is a real man? You always talk about you're not a real man and this and that. Well, tell me, who is a real man? Who do you look up to as a black man? The only person that can say, Tyler Perry and Barack Obama. I guarantee you. Or if they want to get flashy, they're going to say, my grandfather, but he died 20 years ago. So the only people, listen to me closely, the only people that can live up to the expectations of a lot of black women in America are Barack Obama, Tyler Perry, and their grandfather that died 20 years ago. So if you don't live up to her grandfather's expectations on how he treated his grandmother, then you're not a real man. So says this woman, and listen to her. She said, there's a bunch of people, a bunch of black men who have been raised to be successful by a single mother. And then he said, who? She said, Barack Obama. You see? And listen how proud she is. I'm going to play it one more time. Listen to how proud this woman is when she says Barack Obama.
We've seen, with the utmost respect, I say that, with love, I say that. We've seen historically single black women raise successful black men successfully. And the truth of the matter is, we can't say what it takes to be a man, because if you've ever had a good example, you may not have had a good example in your home, but you had a good example at school. Possibly you had a good example somewhere in your neighborhood. There were examples. So we can't say that. What you can say is, we can't speak to the experience of a man when it comes to being a single mother raising a male son. We can't speak to their experiences, but we can speak to other people's experience that we experienced as well. So you can't
define
say
successful. Define successful. What is your definition of successful? What is your definition of successful?
Historically, we've had
Because your definition of success. We are not the same with the definition of success. What is
Put a 7 in the chat if you're with me, guys. Put a 7 in the chat if you're with me. I'm gonna read some comments. I'm gonna read some stuff. By the way, this is an on the run course. Thank you guys for joining me. I really do fuck with you every single time. You guys are here every time. Hey, look, I'm not a super big YouTuber, but let's be honest, I'm pretty successful. We gather here every single Monday night, and we be rocking every single Monday night. Now, let me tell you something real quick, just between me and you, since it's not too many people in here. Did you see how that black woman on Conscious TV channel, put a 7 in the chat if you see, put a 7 in the chat if you see how that black woman on Conscious TV channel said, Barack Obama, yeah, that's the black nigga that I want you to be like. Better B. Hey, Better B. By the way, my nigga Better B, I want to give Better B. By the way, I know Better B in real life. Like, I know you guys in real life too, because all of this is real life. But I've literally physically seen and touched Better B. So shout out to Better B. Let me see if I can find this. My nigga Better B. Everybody give him a your favorite emoji. He blessed your boy. He didn't have to do that, but by the way, Better B has blessed me a number of times for no reason. I didn't ask him to help me, and he's come through and he's helped me. I swear, the brother, he's like, I know him in real life. I don't like asking for favors. I never ask for favors. He gives me favors. I don't even ask for the favor, and he gives me favors. Shout out to Pedro B. That's my nigga, dog. Now, let's move forward. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah. I don't know what the fuck we were talking about. Oh, we were talking about Barack. So did you notice how every single time you ask, this is something I want you guys to do. Next time a black woman tells you that you're not a real man, I want you to ask her, give me an example of a real black man that you want me to be like, or that you respect. She's going to say her father, her grandfather, who's already dead, or she's going to say Tyler Perry, or she's going to say Barack Obama. Barack Obama is the #1 answer. If you were playing Family Feud and you ask 100 black women who is the black man that they want you to be like, Barack Obama is the number one answer. Now, we can break that down 10 ways from Sunday, but I wanted to read you this thing that was funny as fuck. For all the black women that tell me that Barack Obama is your choice of black man that you want us to be like, let's look at this. Somebody put that in the chat. The pursuit of happiness. The pursuit of happiness. Look at this. It says here, Michelle Obama says she couldn't stand. Oh my God. This can't be possible, guys. This literally can't be possible. Michelle Obama says she couldn't stand husband Barack Obama for 10 consecutive years.
Bitch, you better be joking.
Are you reading this? The same nigga that you want me to be like, it says here Michelle Obama couldn't stand this bitch ass nigga. Now listen to me, guys. This is the first time me and Michelle Obama are in agreement. Guess what, Michelle? Remember that movie? Did you Infinite Charms? Do you remember that Infinite Charms? That I wish I had that receipt on me right now. Y'all remember that receipt? If you go look in my channel, you can find it. Michelle Obama has a movie where Viola Davis was playing Michelle Obama. And she's like, the whole movie, she's like this. I'm Michelle Obama. It's just ridiculous. But there's a scene in that movie where Michelle Obama was going in on Barack. She called this nigga a coon and everything else. And now it makes sense because Michelle Obama, she said she couldn't stand this nigga for 10 fucking years. Now remember, this is the same nigga you want us to be like, black woman. Now let's read about it, guys. It says here, the former U.S. First Lady, the stank lip. Really? Really, Barack Obama? Look here. It says former U.S. First Lady Michelle Obama recently revealed that she couldn't stand her ex-husband, ex-president Barack Obama, for about 10 motherfucking years. Yo, Michelle Obama could not stand Barack for 10 consecutive years. But you want to tell me happy wife, happy life. Or you want to tell me I'm supposed to be like Barack Obama. Okay, well, let's read what Michelle had to say. It said, former U.S. First Lady Michelle Obama recently revealed that she couldn't stand her ex-husband, ex-U.S. President Barack Obama, for about a decade when the couple's children were young. In an interview with Revolt TV last week, Mrs. Obama discussed the challenges of raising two young daughters as the couple was advancing years, the strain it put on her three-decade marriage to Barack Obama. We don't talk about how much work is required and how hard it is, even when you are madly in love with the person, even when everything works out right, Mrs. Obama said, as per The Guardian. People think I'm being catty by saying this. It's like there were 10 years where I couldn't stand my husband. Listen to what Michelle said about Barack Obama. She said there was 10 years where I could not stand Barack Obama.
What?
There was 10 years where he couldn't stand her husband. And guess what? It happened when those kids were little. When the kids were little, she couldn't stand Barack. Why? Now listen, you're never gonna see me standing up for Barack Obama. Somebody put that in the chat. You're never gonna see Jay Lethal sticking up for Barack Obama, but this is the only time. Barack Obama was probably putting his foot down with the kids, like, you're not gonna do this shit. I'm not gonna allow this. I'm not gonna allow that. So this is the reason Michelle Obama did not want Barack Obama to have this leadership. So she couldn't stand him for the first 10 years. Now listen, it said, speaking with Kelly Rowland, her, Winnie Harlow, Beyonce's mother. You remember I showed you the video of Beyonce's mother? She said, yeah, I'm just with this nigga. I don't really love this nigga. He's not the nigga I really wanted, but he's all right. So Michelle Obama, she sat with all these women, and she said she spoke about the tough balance between raising their daughters, Sasha and Malia, while dealing with her own hectic schedules. Notably, when Barack Obama was elected as president of the United States, the couple's daughters were 10 and 7 years old. Okay? Now look at this. It says, and for 10 years, somebody put that in the chat. For 10 years, while we were trying to build our own careers and, worrying about school and who's doing what, I was like, ugh, is this even, she said, and adding, and guess what? Marriage was never 50-50, ever. Furthermore, Michelle Obama said, there are times where I'm 70% and he's only 30%. There are times when he's 60% and I'm only 40%. But guess what? 10 years we've been married. 30. I would take 10 bad years over 30. It's just how you look at it. And people give up 5 years. I can't take it. The former First Lady also went on to say that despite the ups and downs, she still respected and admired her husband. Listen to this, ladies. Since you're talking about you want us to be like Barack Obama, put that in the chat. You want us to be like Barack Obama. How about you be like Michelle Obama and respect us no matter what?
You're a stupid dumbass. Dumbass.
Let me cater to you, cause baby, this is your day. I'm blah 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 blah. I wanna blow you away about your kisses. These are and so much more. See, here's the thing: you want to sing every Beyonce song, but you don't want to sing "Cater to You." It says here, since you comparing us to Barack, bitch, how about you be Michelle? She said despite the ups and downs, she respected and admired her husband. She stressed that it is important to know your person. Do you even like this nigga? I mean, could you be mad at him, but do you still look at him and go, I'm not happy with you, but I respect you. I don't agree with you, but you're still a kind and smart person. Now, mind you, I don't fuck with Barack Obama and them, but I just thought we could learn a lot from that, because you heard the woman on Conscious TV channel. She said, yeah, you niggas need to be like Barack Obama. Mind you, there's all type of ways we could break that down. Barack Obama is not the type of black man we need to be like. We know that. But granted, if we be like Barack Obama, well, listen to what his woman said. He said even his woman hated his guts for 10 years. And the only reason why she probably stuck around is because she knew this nigga was going to be the president of the United States. So can we move forward, guys? What other things do we have tonight? I have a few more receipts, no big deal. Thank you guys for joining me. I'm sorry for I don't know if I'll be too aggressive or am I too aggressive, guys? Like, Or do you guys enjoy what I do? I feel like sometimes I be getting a little too aggressive and too spontaneous. Shout out to, how about this? How about this thing right here? Did y'all see this? Has nothing to do with anything. I have no idea, but since we're just talking shit, how about this? I just want you guys to tell me what you guys think about this. I don't even know. I just talk to me.
The Matrix has attacked
That's suspicious. That's weird.
Now, like I said, I don't have much time, but a lot of shit is just weird to me. And I don't know what the fuck be going on, guys. I just be trying to figure out what's going on. But I saw this video and allegedly this guy is the most famous guy, or the most, as he calls it, he says he's the most Googled man on the planet. Can somebody put that in chat? He says, I'm the most Googled man on the planet. People go to Google and type his name in more than they type in any other man on the planet. He's the most Googled man on the planet. Now, I don't know if that has any type of relevancy to wealth, or importance, but the most Googled man on the planet. Now, I've seen this dude's videos a few times. I know eventually somebody was gonna ask me what I think about this dude. I haven't seen enough of his stuff to really know what he's on like that. I have seen enough to say, hey, he says a lot of truth. I really don't disagree with really much of what anything he says. But here's the thing. This dude says stuff that's very basic, in my opinion. It's just like, yeah, men need to be in charge. And it's not even like a Kevin Samuels where it's like he's bringing out nuanced conversation and actual statistics and actual. This dude is basically just falling back on his testosterone, or he's falling back on his muscles, in other words. Like, yes, I'm a man and blah, 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 blah. It's like, all right, cool, 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 cool. But I saw this video the other day, and they said he got arrested and he's supposed to be banned from the internet. Now, we have to have a real conversation about these people who are so-called banned from the internet. Remember, whether it's Donald Trump, whether it's Kanye West, whether it's Louis Farrakhan, whether it's Andrew Tate, there's a certain amount of people who are being quote unquote banned from the internet. And we need to ask ourselves, what does that mean for the average content creator? Or what does that mean for you? Maybe you might want to be, not only a content creator, but maybe you might want to just put out a video or one of these videos. But if Donald Trump gets taken off of the internet, if Kanye West gets taken off of the internet, then you don't stand a chance. So this dude is allegedly giving out free speech, and now he's being banned from the internet. So he says. But I just want to show you that video again. And he said they said he got arrested over in Romania. Now, when I saw this video, I'm gonna just be honest. Talk to me in the chat, guys. When I saw this video, you know what I said? I said, this has to be a fucking Hollywood production. This literally looks like a Hollywood production, but I don't know. You tell me.
The Matrix has attacked me.
We've seen with the utmost.
The Matrix has attacked
Again, I don't know what's going on. It's just a whole bunch of questions. And mind you, not only he was posted like this, I don't have the picture on me right now, but his brother, somebody put that in the chat, his brother who got arrested with him was also posting with those same hand signs. So it's just like, bro, man, my question is this. At this point, who is real? Can you answer that for me? It's a whole lot of agents, and we've already established that this person's an agent. Martin Luther King was an agent. Somebody put that in the chat. Martin Luther King was an agent. God damn. Everybody's a goddamn agent. Who isn't an agent? That's the motherfucking question. If Martin Luther King was an agent.
What is more important, the perception of how we see a thing or what that thing really is? And I'm going to give you an example.
What the thing really is.
What's more important, the fact that Martin Luther King is the man that we see that fought for freedom, or the fact that he was cheating on his wife?
Jesus. I think, ooh, no, move.
What's more important? Because that is the reality of the fact. He was a great man who knew God's word, who led people to freedom. He was cheating on his wife. That is a fact. So what is more important? Is it more important that we see him as that man who gave that amazing speech on that amazing day and led amazing people to freedom? Or is it important that we know, or is it important that we knew both?
I think it's both.
It's more important
to me because outside of Martin Luther King, let me give you an example. He's a great father. He's a great father. He's a great father. He's a great businessman. He's a great CEO. He's an entrepreneur.
He's such a boss.
He's such a boss.
He's a boss.
Look at that man. He's a boss.
Look at him.
He's a great father. Look at him, that strong black man.
Look at him being at his kid's game.
Look at him. He's a great father. He's a boss. He's a strong black man.
Look at him posting his wife. Look at him.
Look at him.
On date night. Look at him.
But you're cheating on your wife. You're not a good husband. You're not a good communicator. You don't value her feelings. But he's great in all these other aspects. How are you a great leader, a great CEO, a great black man, a great father, a great leader in any aspect? You're not a great husband, a great communicator, a great...
You're a liar.
You're not great.
You're a liar.
not great.
You're a liar.
You're not great.
So that's my
You're
point.
not great.
So I posted this.
You're not great.
The others.
God, you're not. That is triggering.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm a good dad. You're not a good dad because you don't respect me. How the fuck you showing these kids you a good father and you don't respect their mother? How are you a good father and you don't respect who brought them into this world?
Carried them.
You're not a great dad, my nigga. You're an okay human.
You're present in the sense of...
I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. I just got worked. What did you put in this drink?
But if Jay-Z is caught cheating on Beyonce, what does that do for culture? So is it more important to have this perception that they have a perfect relationship, even though we fucking know they don't? They're humans.
Yeah.
But is it more important that we think that they do because of the hope that it gives a culture? Going back to Martin Luther King, did we need to know that he was a cheater?
Jesus.
Would that have shifted the way we
looked at him
and received information from him and allowed him to lead us? Would we trust a man that cheats on his wife?
Got you.
Not that we don't know that he is. I think everybody kind of knew in that time what was going on.
But what you said about Coretta, you were like, even how she covered him and honored her husband. She covered him. She covered him and honored her husband because I'm not...
She could have blasted him. If Coretta was in 2020, what would have happened? Or 2022?
On Instagram.
I'm
not committed to you. I'm committed to the purpose.
I'm committed to my position in this purpose.
Coretta said, I don't know what video she's talking about.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I have no idea. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
The FBI was calling her at home.
Have a blessed day.
Playing recordings of her husband.
That don't sound like anybody I know.
All the while, you know the moans of your husband. You've been intimate with him, so you know how he moans. You know what he sounds like when he's aroused. And they're playing it, and on the phone, she's like,
what? But am I committed to you or am I committed to our purpose? She was committed to the purpose. She was committed.
Would you be able to do that in 2022?
I don't know.
I can't.
I don't know. I can't. Is it?
I can't.
And I'm not gonna validate. But these 2022 niggas ain't like Martin.
What are you leading?
What the fuck am I?
What are you leading, my guy?
What am I committed to?
What am I committed to? At least he knew the purpose.
He knew.
Let me tell you. Hold on.
Okay.
Because I gotta say it.
One day I feel like I'm gonna have to look in the mirror and like take accountability for my actions and realize that I am the toxic one. Maybe I am the problem. But not today, bitch, because it's never me. It is always the man, ladies. Remember that. We are never wrong.
Y'all have been waiting and begging. And where is she? Where is Pretty V? Where is Vina? Where is Divana XL?
Right.
What's going on? Who would we date from the old school men? Not like Lil Baby, Da Baby.
I would have definitely hollered at Biggie and Heavy D. I'm like,
Tupac.
Lorenz Tate.
Lil Fizz?
What?
That is not the 90s.
Jesus. Yin Yang Twins? I mean, at this point.
Lil Jon. Okay, who's like your celebrity crush now?
Never wings, all flats, wings stop.
And but my man hasn't texted me. He was like, we should get cocktails soon, and I haven't heard from him since. Please get off my Instagram. You don't think I don't shower? Maybe that's why he's not calling.
Oh, wow.
If you want to sleep with him, just do it.
Jesus.
It's no fear.
You want to get a man, just do it.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
Talk to me in the chat. So, just so we're clear, I need you to understand what just happened here. You have two women. They said it's a fact. Somebody put that in the chat. These two women are hoteps. Do you hear me? These two women are hoteps. They said it's a fact that Martin Luther King cheated on his wife. Where is that in the documents? Where is that in the American documents? Even the fucking red man didn't even put that in the history books. Yeah, sure, there was rumors about it, but even the red man didn't have the balls to write that down in the history books that Martin Luther King was cheating on his wife. But these black women feel the need to say that it's a fact. You see that? That's some hotep shit. You said if I say we're the real Jews, we are the real Jews of the Bible, and Jesus was a black man, you say that's some hotep shit. If I say it's a fact that Jesus was an absorbed with light man, you say it's a fucking hotep fairy tale. But you can say this bullshit? Talk to me. Listen to what she said. She said it's a fact that Martin Luther King cheated on his wife. And he said, then she said, the only reason why Coretta Scott King said it wasn't true is because she was covering for her husband. She was being such a good abused wife. Do you see? Put a 7 in the chat if you are a black woman. Black men, stand back on this one. Black women, if you see the treachery in this bullshit, they're trying to play with your emotions. Coretta Scott King was just a poor abused wife that was dealing with a fucking a sex crave maniac Martin Luther King. This is the story that they would tell you if they were in charge. Do you notice how the red man didn't even paint him like this on the mainstream? At least the red man said he was nonviolent. Fuck it. We just beat his ass. He was a punk ass nigga. That's the way they played Martin Luther King. But they didn't play Martin Luther King on the grand scale on mainstream TV, talking about, yeah, he was just fucking multiple bitches. They weren't saying that on the mainstream. But these women said it's a fact.
What is more important, the perception of how we see a thing or what that thing really is? And I'm going to give you an example.
What the thing really is.
What's more important, the fact that Martin Luther King is the man that we see that fought for freedom, or the fact that he was cheating on his wife?
Jesus.
Fact. She said the fact that he was fighting for our freedom. Because remember, what is the difference between those two facts? The fact that he was fighting for our freedom and the fact that he was cheating on his wife. Let me ask you guys, just to see if you guys are awake. This woman said there's two facts about Martin Luther King. The fact that he was fighting for our freedom and the fact that he was cheating on his wife. What is the difference between those two facts? Does anybody know? I'm going to give you 7 seconds to figure out what is the difference between those two facts. The fact that Martin Luther King was fighting for us on a world stage and the fact that he was cheating on his wife. What is the difference? Tahuti says that's a great question. The second one is an opinion. Exactly, Infinite Charms. One of them is a fact. We seen Martin Luther King. Every single time you seen Martin Luther King, it was fighting for our motherfucking freedom. That's a fact. You can go on Google right now. You can go on YouTube right now. That's a fucking fact. But Martin, you cannot go. Somebody put that in the chat. Now, this is funny here. This is actually funny. Now, I'm a comedian. Just in case you guys don't know, I'm a comedian. So certain stuff, like I know when it's funny before it comes out of my mouth. What I'm saying is, it's a fact that Martin Luther King was searching up our motherfucking freedom. You can go search up the history of Martin Luther King fighting for our freedom. But you can't find Martin Luther King's sex tape. Message. Now that's funny. You can't You can't find Martin Luther King's sex tape. If it was a fact that he was cheating on his wife, well, bitch, I hate to be so graphic, but how big was his dick then? Let's go there. Oh, you didn't expect me to go as low as you then. You said he fucked how many bitches? How many bitches? Martin Luther King, he fucked bitches? Was he hitting a doggy style? Did you ever see that movie, Paid in Full? Cameron was hitting the bitch from the back and doing the Dougie. Was Martin Luther King doing a Dougie, fucking the bitch from the back like Cameron, Rico, and Paid in Full? Tell me the details. Since you want to go ahead and slander our fucking ancestors for the sake of your stupid ass podcast. Somebody put that in the chat. They want to slander our ancestors for the sake of their motherfucking podcast. Well, but listen to her. The same woman who's sitting here questioning our ancestors, she said, yeah, I want to fuck Heavy D. Listen, guys, I'm going to have to leave after this because I've already been too loud and they're going to come for me. But since we're here, it's a beautiful time to be alive. This woman said, fuck Martin Luther King. I want to fuck Tupac and Heavy D.
Y'all have been waiting and begging. And where is she? Where is Pretty V? Where is Vina? Where is Divana XL?
Right
here.
What's going on? What's going on?
Who would we date from the old school men? Not like Lil Baby, Da Baby.
I would have definitely hollered at Biggie and Heavy D. I'm not
Tupac.
Lorenz Tate.
Fizz?
Lil Fizz?
What?
That is not the 90s.
Jesus. Yin Yang Twins? I mean, at this point.
Lil Jon. Okay, who's like your celebrity crush now?
Never wings off of that wing stop.
And well, my man hasn't texted me. He was like, we should get cocktails soon, and I haven't heard from him since. Please get off my Instagram. You don't think I don't shower? Maybe that's why you're not calling.
Oh, wow.
And then there's videos going around talking about how this woman doesn't take a shower every day. Now, mind you, shit, I'm a runaway slave, so I understand what it's like to not be able to take a shower every day. But this woman is allegedly a millionaire or something, a social influencer, and she says she don't take a shower. Listen, if I have $1 million, I'm taking 5, 7 showers a day just because I can, just because I can relax. I wish I could take 7 showers a day. This woman talking about my man hasn't texted me back because he saw on my Instagram how I talk about how I don't take a shower that often. You people are despicable. You're despicable. And I'm saying that because I'm not perfect, but God damn it, at least when I get on the internet, I bring something of value. Thank you guys for joining me. Shout out to my people on patreon.com/JLEETHAL7. I know I don't upload often on there, but to my people on, now mind you, you can support me on patreon.com/JLEETHAL7 for $3 a month. I know it sounds like a salesman, but I have to do what I have to do. I'm a one-man show over here. I don't have a manager. I don't have a publicist. I'm dealing with a whole lot of shit. I'm a runaway slave. I'm tired. I gotta stretch. I have to breathe. I'm dealing with a lot, guys. I'm really stressed. I have a lot of anxiety. I know I joke with you guys a lot. I'm really stressed. Somebody pray for me. Put a 7 in the chat if you've ever prayed for me or if you ever will pray for me. Thank you guys in the chat. If you're ever going to pray for me, put a 7 in the chat. But by the way, did you hear what Akon said? Akon said, oh, these niggas in America are just going to come out on the stage with their pants sagging. Can you imagine that? This man said they're going to come to the stage with their pants sagging, and they're gonna be high and forgetting the lyrics and stumbling around. Look at this man literally with his pants sagging. This is how he got his start in the industry, is pretending like he's one of us. Now, yeah, of course, everybody already knew Akon was from Africa, but he tried to adapt our culture. Now Akon has a problem with sagging your pants. Wow, 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 wow. Here's another part of the conversation that was very interesting. I'm about to get out of here, but I did play a lot of very important
How
receipts
come
tonight.
people can own energy? Like the whole concept of it doesn't make sense to me.
I know what you mean.
It just doesn't make sense
Listen,
to me.
it didn't make sense to me at all.
Right.
Because even in America, hadn't I had the portfolio in Africa, it's no way they would have let me get into the energy business here.
Wow.
Impossible.
It's
like
impossible.
They hovering over it. They keep
they
it to
monopoly.
the
It's a monopoly. They're
It's
not
a-
letting you
okay.
get a piece of that. None of that. You're not letting you get a piece of no water, no energy. I mean, alcohol. You name it. Anything that creates
sanitation.
It's not even
Sanitation.
weed. It's
like-
not even
the only
weed.
thing they honestly let us get a piece of is narcotics. The drug game is the only thing they let us get a piece of because that they need us to be able to move it for them.
Right.
If you notice,
Yeah.
they let you get into the illegal drug business, but they will never let you get into the pharmaceutical side.
Not the pharmaceutical side.
Yeah.
They'll never let us.
Now, who are they?
The establishment.
There it is. And who's the establishment?
White folks. Let's just be real. I mean, let's just be real.
You see? So Akon says that Black Americans are being kept out of all of the vital resources like water, like energy, like the alcohol industry, all of the industries that run the world. The gas industry, Black people are real estate, whatever, land, the banking industry, the Black people are being kept out of this. He said the only reason why he can do what he does is because he's from Africa. So let me ask you, is it wrong when I say that there's a conspiracy against Black Americans and that even Black people in Africa are involved in a conspiracy against Black Americans to keep us out of such things such as vital resources that we need to survive? He said if you're a Black person in America, you can't even get into the water industry. Again, Black people in America, we don't even think about a water industry. Who supplies the water? Think about it. You take a shower, you take a shave, you take a shit, and you don't even think about who is supplying the water to you. And the scripture says, somebody put that scripture in the chat again, Deuteronomy 28 and 48. Shout out to you, Chocolate Melanin. I believe it's Deuteronomy 28 and 48. It says we will have to go into our enemy in nakedness and in thirst and in want, in need of all things. We're going to be naked. We're going to be thirsty. We're going to need everything. And we're going to have to go to our enemy in hope that our enemy can give it to us. Jackson, Mississippi, Flint, Michigan. We talked about how Jackson, Mississippi, Flint, Michigan. What do you think? What do these three places have in common? Jackson, Mississippi, Flint, Michigan, and Hurricane Katrina. What are the two things that these places have in common? Jackson, Mississippi, Flint, Michigan, and New Orleans, Louisiana. What are the two things that they have in common? Does anybody know? The two things, just in case while you're typing, I'm going to let you know. The two things that those three places have in common, Jackson, Mississippi, Flint, Michigan, and New Orleans, Louisiana, is that one, they all had a water crisis. But what's the second thing that they all have in common, Solo? Because that's a good answer. Jackson, Mississippi, Flint, Michigan, and New Orleans, Louisiana all had a water crisis. And the second fact about it is they are majority black cities. Wow.
Oh my God! Wow! Oh my God!
Now this is where it gets deep, because now we're in this part of the matrix where you guys are learning. Somebody put that a 7 in the chat. Put a 7 in the chat if you're finally actually learning part of this information. You're not just watching a live stream. You actually just learned something. You're actually, all of the information that we've been putting together before, it finally starting to make sense. Whoa. 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 Wow. And this is what I mean. Now, this is what I figured out. Somebody put that in the chat. I'm not special, but I figured this out. It's not just called racism. Somebody put that in the chat. It's not just racism. It's called the systematic enforcement of the ideologies of white supremacy. That's all it's called. It's easy. It's just the systematic enforcement of the ideologies of white supremacy. Thank you guys for joining. Let's talk a little more. What else do we have to say?
Okay, y'all, so look, I just see these nice ass cars, right? Like, I'm just over here at Starbucks. This is a nice car. I don't know anything about these cars, but this shit is nice, right? This is a wow, really nice. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, now look at this one though. Look at this one. The red, the cherry red, right? Oh, they say Dodge 64, right? 1964. This is real nice. The drop top, I would pull up in that thing. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Okay, but this is the one I want to show you, right? Look at this old car. Look at this old school right here. Now, this is old school. This is super old school, right? Super old school. Let's go see the front. Oh, this one's nice, too. Damn. These motherfuckers is nice right here. These are nice as hell, bro. These are really fucking nice. Alright, well, I just wanted to show you this thing in the back. One last thing in the back, y'all. One last thing in the back. So I noticed it's a Dodge, right? It says it's a Dodge, right? But what is this? It says Dodge Brothers. What is that sign right there? Detroit, USA. Can somebody tell me what that sign is? What's that about? The Dodge Brothers. Talk to me, y'all. Okay, y'all, so look, I just see these nice ass cars, right? Like, I'm just over here at Starbucks. This is a nice car. I don't know anything about these cars, but this shit is nice, right? This is a wow, really nice. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, now look at this one though. Look at this one. The red, the cherry red, right? Oh, they say Dodge 64, right? 1964. This is real nice. The drop top, I would pull up in that thing. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Okay, but this is the one I want to show you, right? Look at this old car. Look at this old school right here. Now, this is old school. This is super old school, right? Super old school. Let's go see the front. Oh, this one's nice too. Damn. These motherfuckers is nice right here. These are nice as hell, bro. These are really fucking nice. Alright, well, I just wanted to show you this thing in the back. One last thing in the back, y'all. One last thing in the back. So I noticed it's a Dodge, right? It says it's a Dodge, right? But what is this? It says Dodge Brothers. What is that sign right there? Detroit, USA. Can somebody tell me what that sign is? What's that about? The Dodge Brothers. Talk to me, y'all.
Y'all seen it. Now, mind you, Chocolate Melanin says these are worldly things. I want heavenly things. Now, mind you, Chocolate Melanin, don't get me wrong. I definitely understand what you mean. I'm not when I see these nice cars around here, believe me, I'm not, you know, I take it in with a grain of salt. I say, damn, that's a nice, beautiful motherfucking car, and I would whip that bitch. I would have that bitch in all black or all red or whatever the case, and then I move forward. I'm not jealous about it. I don't covet it. I don't want to hurt anybody to get one of those. I thank the Most High God that I have a bicycle. I thank the Most High God that I have a Uber account. I thank the Most High God that I have a bus pass. I thank the Most High God that I have a little motorcycle. I thank the Most High God that I have my 2 feet. Shit, if my feet give out, I know how to walk on my hands. So I give praise to the Most High God for whatever type of transportation I have. But those cars were nice. And when you see a nice car, you can give praise to that, like, damn, that shit is nice. And if it be the will of the Most High God, look, there's nothing wrong with saying if it be the will of the Most High God, I'm a cop one of those in candy red. If it be the will of the Most High God, talk to me in the chat. See, I'm about to get out of here, guys. But see, this is how the Spirit comes upon you. If it be the will of the Most High God, you just listen. You're not trying to be, you know, selfish. You're not trying to be boisterous. You're not trying to be grandiose, Lord. You're not trying to be illustrious, God. You're not trying to do too much, Heavenly Father. But if it be the will of the Most High God, you pull up in that thing, candy red, drop top on 24s, Cadillac, diamond in the back. Somebody put that in the chat. Diamond in the back, God, sun rooftop. Dig in the scene with the gangster lean. Woo-hoo. Because that's the spirit that we deserve.
You a pop. Oh, Lord, I can't get no help in here. I have set you apart from those others glowing. From those others glowing. And now God is saying, everybody, I knew you before I put you in your mother's womb. He knew everybody. He knew everybody before he formed them in their mother's womb. Can somebody just tell your neighbor, God knew you before you was in your mother's womb. Neighbor, God knew you before you was in your mother's womb.
You know what? You should listen to your wife, Mike. She's right. You are an...
I would say you were one of the first people that were kind of pushing it, Africa, as trying to go against what we see on the TV of how Africa is presented. You were trying to show us like, no, yes, this is there, but also this is Africa as well. Africa is a beautiful place. There's money here, there's richness here, there's cultures here, there's people here, like the people are full of life here. What made you want to do that? And is it nice now to see everyone kind of getting on board and appreciating what Africa brings to the world.
Yeah, so honestly, it feels amazing. Like, it feels really, really good to see the world accepting it and seeing Africa differently from how they did. But it feels even better to see Africans and people from the diaspora pushing it more. Because I remember there was a moment in time where even Africans didn't want to say they were African.
Yeah, no. When I was going to school, it was everyone wanted. I'm Caribbean, Jamaican, and like people would lie and say they were Jamaican,
right?
You know, and
No,
not
for
say
sure.
so they would. It was not. You didn't want to say it now. It's so
Right.
funny because I had someone else on. He's Jamaican, and he's like, back in the day, like the African kids in school, they didn't want to say anything, and all the African guys were like, no. But now, all the Caribbean girls, we want all the African guys now. We're like, oh yeah, you know, like we want to come over, you know, that I. And he was that's what he was saying, because now it's cool. You guys are cool, and
Right.
you know, we enjoy you lot. We enjoy the culture. I'm going to Ghana in December. I went to Ghana last year, and I fell in love with Ghana. Like, I fell in love with everything about it, just the temperament of the people, the culture. I went with my cousin. On the way home, she cried. We're both Jamaican, and she wants to live there now. She's like, I have to get back to Ghana. And I think it is nice. It's nice to also see a lot, like you said, a lot of the American artists as well, embracing it, indulging in it, flying the flag.
I went over to Ghana, and how do you feel, Icon? Because if you want to see the Black American, yeah, and the Black American wasn't shit, yeah. I was over in Ghana, and I come from the UK, yeah. And tell me how you felt, yeah. It's like, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. Somebody put that in the chat. Shut the fuck up. You ever just bucked at somebody? Put a 7 in the chat if you ever just bucked at somebody knowing you wasn't about to hit them, but you just bucked at their ass just to see their reaction. Just shut the fuck up. Yeah, right. Is this bitch? Is this the Beatles? That's where I heard this. Talk to me in the chat, God. I was trying to figure out for a week and a half, where did I hear this stupid ass accent? This bitch is from the same place, the same village as the Beatles. You know the Beatles, they had them big ass motherfucking buck teeth. All of the Beatles had them buck teeth looking like that. Yeah. Free love, yeah. Oh yeah. Talk to me, Akon. Tell me about them stupid niggas, yeah? Yeah, you flipping right, yeah? So back when I was a youngster, yeah? Bitch, if you don't shut your buck-toothed beaver-looking ass up before I come for you across the pond, like I said, a lot of y'all was eating tea and crumpets and chocolate melanin. And listen, chocolate melanin is from the UK. This is a black woman from the UK. She has a beautiful accent. I despise a lot of people with that British accent, but that down south Liverpool, whatever you want to call it, that gutter ass, basically this is the ghetto of the UK. Yeah. So we're back on the track. Yeah. Talk to me, Akon. Listen to her. Talk to her. This woman right here, first of all, put that in the chat. This woman's name is ZZ Mills. Now, first of all, I'm going to just say this one time and one time only. There's only one ZZ I respect. One journalist, ZZ, I respect.
Tell them niggas why you mad, son. Tell them niggas why you mad, son. Tell them why you mad, son. Tell them why you mad, son.
Now you see how the algorithm is trying to fuck us up? The algorithm has a fake ZZ. Shout out to A to Z TV. Shout out to ZZ. Go follow her. They have a fake ZZ now in the algorithm. Her name is ZZ Mills, the one that's interviewing Akon. They have a fake J-Lethal. Remember the dude name? What's the dude's name that's a fake J-Lethal? I forget this nigga's name. The Conscious Lee. There's a man named the Conscious Lee. This is the algorithm created a fake J-Lethal, a digestible J-Lethal. Somebody put that in the chat. The algorithm created a digestible J-Lethal. His name is the Conscious Lee. He has dreadlocks like me. He's trying to be conscious. His name is Lee. He's a fake J-Lethal. They created him because the real J-Lethal is going to play you videos like this. Look at this woman right here. This woman's looking for a date. She's trying to get dick. Somebody put that in the chat. This woman's trying to get dick, and her child sounds like she just swallowed fire. Listen to her child cry. There's different levels to crying. Her child sounds like she broke her fucking middle finger. This woman has her child crying in the back like she just jumped off of a building and she wants to get dick on the Kendra G show. What a beautiful time to be alive, guys. We only have 1 hour left. 1 hour left. Thank you guys so much. This might be the last time I see you, but I might see you 100 more times after that. Isn't that a beautiful thing? This might be the last time I ever see you. You know the Pope died, right? You know Barbara Walters is dead. Hold on, do I have that receipt? Barbara Walters is fucking dead, Walt Disney. I think I might have deleted the receipt. No. Barbara Walters is dead, Walt Disney. So J-Lethal's bringing you this shit live and direct Monday night, and you're telling me that this isn't legendary? You're telling me that this isn't a beautiful motherfucking time to be alive? Talk to me in the chat. And if I didn't read your comment, please don't be mad at me. Sometimes I just get a little overwhelmed. I talk a lot of shit. Now, before I get out of here, we got a few more things to talk about. A few more, because I'm not done, and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to come to you tomorrow for Talk Your Shit Tuesday. So buckle your seatbelt for these last few rides. Look at this shit right here. How about this?
And just be honest and don't be a narcissist, because it's a lot of men out here that's really narcissists out here. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this is Teresa, right?
Yeah.
Teresa VA 45. What part of Virginia?
You see her breaking.
What happened?
You want to get on camera. You hear her wilding out. Oh no, you can't act like that. Oh my God. That's so embarrassing. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay. So, Teresa, okay. So let me just acknowledge this. A guy watching, does he have to?
Somebody put that in the chat. Whoo, child. You know what's funny, Solo Dolo? Every day. Now listen to me closely, guys. Every day now, this is not a joke. I don't know why you guys be laughing at me. I swear I've never joked with you guys. Not one time in my entire YouTube career was I joking with you guys. I've been entirely serious. I have no idea why I be seeing all these laughing emojis in the chat. Listen to me. This woman here, wow. Wow. She said she locked the door. She locked the door on the baby so that she could get dick on the Kendra G show. Listen to me. On live stream in front of hundreds of thousands of people, she locked the door on her crying baby so that she can get dick on the Kendra G show. And why does she feel comfortable doing that? Gentlemen, answer the question. Why did the woman feel comfortable locking the door on the baby and then proceeding to tell Kendra G, now tell me what niggas want to fuck me, because the niggas are going to fuck her. Now, I'm not telling you not to fuck these women. I'm telling you to hold these women to a standard. That's what I'm telling you, black man. It's just simple like that. That's the only way we're going to get back to this. First of all, we got to get ourselves right. Lately, I haven't even been exercising lately. I've been feeling like a bitch ass nigga. So put a 7 in the chat if you stopped exercising ever in your life and you felt like a bitch ass nigga. I haven't exercised genuinely in at least 2 months. I mean, I'm always active. I'm a runaway fucking slave. There's no way I can't be active. So I'm always going to be able to jump up onto the top of this balcony and jump off of the fucking roof. Of course I can jump off of the fucking roof. Somebody put that in the chat. Of course I can jump off of the roof. That's just the fucking basics. I should be able to backflip off the goddamn roof. That's the difference. You guys just don't understand this shit. Listen to me. There's a difference between just jumping off the roof and, like, you know, doing a trick off the roof. You understand that? Right now, I can barely jump off the roof. I can barely do that.
New at 5, for the first time, we are hearing from the family of a 10-year-old being charged as an adult for killing his mother.
This happened just more than a month ago at their home near 87th and Hemlock. Our Uba Ali joins us live now after speaking with his aunt and grandmother. And Uba, what a painful time for the family.
Yeah, absolutely. But they're holding on to the great memories they shared with Kiana. Man, they remember her as the life of the party, someone who adored her children. That's why they say this makes it extra difficult.
It's hard because she's supposed to be here.
That thought keeps LeETHALMAN and her family up at night. It's a tragedy that cuts deep.
I can't believe he did it.
Her 10-year-old grandson is accused of killing his mother, Kiana Mann, at their home in the early hours of November 21st. Detectives say the boy told them he got the gun because he was mad at his mom for waking him up at 6 in the morning and that she would not allow him to order a virtual reality headset from Amazon.
Did you ever think your nephew was capable of this?
No. Absolutely not.
Rhonda Reed still has a hard time understanding why her nephew, according to prosecutors, planned the murder of his mother the night before.
He was upset about these devices being taken.
Rhonda says her nephew started going to therapy more than a year ago. He was diagnosed with mood and conduct disorder, and part of his treatment plan was to limit his use of electronics.
Do you think he, as a 10-year-old, understands what he did?
I don't think he understands the brevity of what he did.
From juvenile detention, Rhonda says her nephew has told her he's blocked out what happened that morning and shifts the conversation.
When he calls, he's just like, make sure like all of my tablets and my laptops and everything that is mine is properly packaged.
Do you think he should be charged as an adult?
That's a really difficult question. I do understand how they were able to come up with that type of charge.
He needs to pay for what he done.
Rhonda believes the best place for his safety and for others is in jail, but with help.
No matter what happens with him, I'm not sure that in this state that he would receive proper care anyway.
Both women say there is no closure in a situation like this one.
There are no winners in this situation.
Extremely tough season for this family. That 10-year-old child is due back in court in mid-January. For now, live in the newsroom, Uba Ali, TMJ4 News.
Dun 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 dun. Dun. KJ, you're actually better than me. You actually beat me to it. Wow, amazing. You guys are getting good at this. KJ beat me to my own comment. Usually I'm literally the first. Like, I know what I'm doing at this thing, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm already ahead of the game. I don't know if it's the champagne. Listen, KJ, I think it's the champagne, so don't get too big-headed. It's the champagne. I'm a little slow right now, but you did beat me on that one because I thought I was the first one. Where is the father? Wow. Don't you see? Put a 7 in the chat if you see how I can have a whole show about where's the father, the lesbian stepdaddy epidemic, the rapper gets killed. Somebody put that in the chat. The rapper gets killed. Wasn't there a rapper that got killed this past week? Wait, who? Okay, there was Takeoff. I lost track of how many rappers are getting killed. There was Takeoff. Somebody else died recently. Can somebody put some of the names of some of the rappers that died recently? Who just died? Somebody. A lot of people died this past week, but I feel like a rapper died recently too. Anyway, the rapper dies every week. The woman gets a BBL every week. Come on, we have the whole shit. It's basically like a reoccurring episode. At this point, my show is nothing but the Twilight Zone of reruns that you've already seen my show before. But I'm gonna play this receipt one more time of Akon and this African woman or this Jamaican woman, because listen to me closely. This is another part of the conversation. Before we end the conversation, we need to get this out of here. Akon, the African man, was sitting with the Jamaican woman from the UK talking about Black Americans, but listen to what she said after they started shitting on Black Americans and they were shitting on Black Americans. Listen to what she said. She said, when I was young, all the Jamaican people and all the people from the Caribbean, we wouldn't be caught dead saying that we were African. Somebody put that in the chat. I don't want you to miss it. This is the dynamic. The Black American, the Caribbean Black, the UK Black, and the African Black. Can somebody put that in the chat? Of course, you have the Afro-Latino and all these other different type of Blacks. But when we're talking about these different dynamics, these cannot be conflated into one issue. The same reason you can't call a Japanese man Korean. Go ahead and try to tell a man from Japan that he's Korean and see what he tells you. Tell a man from China that he's I don't know, whatever, fucking Cambodian, I don't know. They won't like it. But you want all people with brown skin and a fat nose to be the same. So no. Listen to Akon. He said, yeah, Black Americans are shitty, blah, blah, blah. And listen to the woman. She said, yeah, when I was young, me and my Caribbean people, you couldn't catch us dead saying that we was one of y'all. But now you guys made it cool to be one of you. So I need you to see how these people form an alliance. Can somebody put a 7 in the chat? If you see how they formed an alliance, to shit on us. You don't even like each other. The Caribbean people and the African people also have beef. Can somebody put that in the chat? The Caribbeans and the Africans also have beef. But they don't want to talk about that because it's more important to shit on Black Americans.
I would say you were one of the first people that were kind of pushing it, Africa, as trying to go against what we see on the TV of how Africa is presented. You were trying to show us like, no, yes, this is there, but also this is Africa as well. Africa is a beautiful place. There's money here, there's richness here, there's cultures here, there's people here, like the people are full of life here. What made you want to do that? And is it nice now to see everyone kind of getting on board and appreciating what Africa brings to the world?
Yeah, so honestly, it feels amazing. Like, it feels really, really good to see the world accepting it and seeing Africa differently from how they did. But it feels even better to see Africans and people from the diaspora pushing it more. Because I remember there was a moment in time where even Africans didn't want to say they were African.
Yeah, no, when I was going to school,
You know?
it was, everyone wanted, I'm Caribbean, Jamaican,
Right.
and like, people would lie and say they were Jamaican.
Right.
You know, and
No,
not
for
say,
sure.
it was not, you didn't want to say it now. It's so
Right.
funny because I had someone else on, he's Jamaican, and he's like, back in the day, like the African kids in school, they didn't want to say anything. And all the African guys were like, no, but now, all the Caribbean girls, we want all the African guys now. We're like, oh yeah, you know, like we want to come over, you know,
The fact of the matter is, they're not even actually friends. Somebody put that in the chat. They're not even actually friends, but they become friends when it's time to attack us. And that's not paranoia. That's just the fact of the matter. Did you see the video of the little boy who killed his mother over the video game? Now I'm about to get out of here. I only got a few more minutes, but I want to talk to you about that real quick. The little boy who killed his mother over the video game. I want to ask you guys, where's the father in that? That's the same question I always ask you guys. Have you noticed that the news never asks you that question? The news asks every other question. Is that not suspicious to you guys? The news asks every other question when it comes to these stories in Black America, but they don't ask, hey, where's his dad? You don't think that? Okay, I'm about to get out of here. But just so that I know I'm not crazy, I'm going to read the comments right now. Tell me if this is crazy. Is it crazy to ask, like, where's the dad? Okay, you got a mom, you got a fucking dad, right? Isn't it a little weird that nobody's asking, where's the dad? I mean, forget everything you know about a runaway father. Forget everything Oprah Winfrey told you. If a person has a mom and a dad, of course we got grandparents, we got cousins, we got aunties. But if a person has a mom and a dad, and the mom says, or the mom is dead because the kid killed the mom, well, where the fuck was the dad in the altercation? Why wasn't the dad there?
New at 5, for the first time, we are hearing from the family of a 10-year-old being charged as an adult for killing his mother.
This happened just more than a month ago at their home near 87th and Hemlock. Our Uba Ali joins us live now after speaking with his aunt and grandmother. And Uba, what a painful time for the family.
Yeah, absolutely. But they're holding on to the great memories they shared with Kiana. Man, they remember her as the life of the party, someone who adored her children. That's why they say this makes it extra difficult.
It's hard because she's supposed to be here.
That thought keeps LEETHALMAN and her family up at night. It's a tragedy that cuts deep.
I can't believe he did it.
Her 10-year-old grandson is accused of killing his mother, Kiana Mann, at their home in the early hours of November 21st. Detectives say the boy told them he got the gun because he was mad at his mom for waking him up at 6 in the morning and that she would not allow him to order a virtual reality headset from Amazon.
Did you ever think your nephew was capable of this?
No, absolutely not.
Rhonda Reed still has a hard time understanding why her nephew, according to prosecutors, planned the murder of his mother the night before.
He was upset about these devices being taken.
Rhonda says her nephew started going to therapy more than a year ago. He was diagnosed with mood and conduct disorder, and part of his treatment plan was to limit his use of electronics.
Do you think he, as a 10-year-old, understands what he did?
I don't think he understands the brevity of what he did.
From juvenile detention, Rhonda says her nephew has told her he's blocked out what happened that morning and shifts the conversation.
When he calls, he's just like, make sure like all of my tablets and my laptops and everything that is mine is properly packaged.
Do you think he should be charged as an adult?
That's a really difficult question. I do understand how they were able to come up with that type of charge.
He needs to pay for what he done.
Rhonda believes the best place for his safety and for others is in jail, but with help.
No matter what happens with him, I'm not sure that in this state that he would receive proper care anyway.
Both women say there is no closure in a situation like this one.
There are no winners in this situation.
Whoa, hey, why are you insulting my intelligence? Are you serious?
Now think about it. You got, somebody put that in the chat. You had a news story. You have the mother, you got the auntie, and you got the grandmother, and nobody stopped to ask, where are the men in the family? Where's the grandfather? So you have the mother, somebody put that in the chat. You have the mother, where's the father? You have the auntie, where's the uncle? Can somebody put that in the chat? You had a fucking story on the news. The mother's there, where's the father? Nowhere. You had the auntie, she gave a story, where's the uncle? You have the fucking grandmother, where's the grandfather? You just got a whole bunch of women crying, talking about, oh my God, I can't believe it. Somebody put that in the chat. You just got 3 generations of black women talking about, woo child. Talk to me in the chat. So after all is said and done, the black man is finally facing extinction, and you got 3 generations of black women on the red man's news, and all they can say is a collective woo child?
He like, yo, how? Look at him. Trying to make it make sense. Bro. You like, how, bro?
All y'all niggas can give me is a woo child, man. And here's the thing. Can nobody ever even define to me what that means? Woo child. You ever heard a black woman say that? She's at work or she's just wherever. She's just woo child. What is that? We don't need that spirit today. And the last question I have is, this little boy, he killed his parents or his mother over a virtual reality headset. Where was the father? And hey, at least he could have killed his father first. Maybe his mother could have got away. Somebody put that in chat. At the very least, if you don't even care about the motherfucking father, at least the father could have been a bullet bag. At least if the father was in the household and this little boy was going to go Michael Myers, because that's what that is. This boy is 10 years old. He killed the mom over a video game. And then he called his mom he called his other family from the fucking penitentiary at 10 years old, talking about, make sure my video games are okay. Somebody put that in the chat. What? Wait. You killed your mom. Your father wasn't there. You killed your mom. And then you called your grandmother and said, make sure my Nintendo 64 is okay.
Yeah. You can't make this shit up, people. You cannot make this shit up.
So that alone is some Michael Myers shit. Y'all ever seen the original Michael Myers movie? Yeah, that's some Michael Myers shit. He gets sent to the institution, and he's just like, I don't even remember. Yeah, okay. But at least if the father was in the household, for you feminists, for all the feminists that's listening, at least if the father was in the household, he could have caught the bullets first, and then the mother could have got away. But the father wasn't even there, so she just caught straight hollow tips. And I don't even like that scenario, but this is the hell that we live in. 10-year-old little black boys killing the mother over a virtual reality headset. I don't like it. And guess what? Of course, it could have happened if the father was there too. But the statistics are telling us otherwise. The statistics, by far and large, are telling us that with a father in the household, these things are not happening. So what are we going to do, guys? What are we going to do? Let me play this other receipt. This last little receipt from Akon before I get out of here. I got one more receipt on Akon before I get out of here. I hope I don't get a copyright strike because DJ Vlad doesn't like us to play his videos. But I'm not showing you the video. I'm just going to show a commentary. Listen to this. This is a second video of Akon. Listen to me. Akon, somebody put that in the chat. Akon went on DJ Vlad's platform twice. The first time was a few years ago, maybe 2-3 years ago. Akon went on DJ Vlad. He said, Africans, we don't care about slavery because we move forward. These black Americans need to get over slavery. Now, a few years later, Akon was back on, Akon was back on the same platform, DJ Vlad, a red man, and the red man asked him, hey, did you see how a lot of black Americans didn't like your statements about them last time you were on here? And listen to this. Akon doubled down. Can somebody put that in the chat? Akon doubled down on his statements. And he said, I don't give a fuck that black Americans don't like my statements. This was a few years later. This is some recent shit. Recently, Akon came back out and he said, yeah, I know black Americans don't like that I told them to get over slavery. I know black Americans don't like that Africans don't think about slavery, but they need to get over it. And I don't give a fuck how you feel. Listen.
I mean, speaking of family, I remember you made some comments about women. You're saying in Africa, the way women interact with men is completely different. You're saying in Africa, and if it's the male, then it's the kid. Whereas black Americans still blame the parents. I remember in our last interview, you said a few things that got people in an uproar.
As they always do.
As we always do. Like we always do about this time.
Right.
You said that Africans no longer think about slavery, whereas Black Americans still blame the past.
Right.
And this set off a whole
uproar.
You remember when it was happening?
Yeah, I remember.
You know, I think Shade Room picked it up and whatever else. Do you feel differently about that now, or do you feel exactly
No, I feel the same. Nothing changed.
How did you feel when you were getting the, comments?
I didn't even notice.
Didn't even notice.
I mean, listen, at the end of the day, it's my personal opinion. Everybody's not going to agree.
Yeah.
I just believe that here in America, we can fight harder. I just feel like we let too much slide. And more than anything, we allow ourselves as a people not to come together to change the situation. Because we can change it together. But I don't think we want it as bad as we fight for it.
Now, let me say something real quick before I even move forward. Do you see how Akon is dangerous? On one hand, Akon is saying, Africans, we're different. That's y'all. Y'all are over there drunk. Y'all are over there high. Y'all are over there sagging your pants. You're lazy. You can't perform. You forget your lyrics. In Africa, it's in our blood. Somebody put that in the chat. I need you to listen to what Akon said. Do you know the name of tonight's online pro bono learning course? The name of tonight's online pro bono learning course is, did you hear what Akon said? Akon said, it's in our blood. We're African. We just perform better. What does that mean about Black Americans? See, you don't have to call us an Akata. You don't have to say you don't accept us. You don't have to say you hate us. All you got to say is, oh, you're a nigga from America. I'm African and we're different. We perform better and it's in our blood. Now, what are the implications of an African-born person saying it's in our blood? Are you telling me I'm wrong for believing that we have different blood? You're the one who said it, motherfucker. Talk to me in the chat. Didn't he say we have different blood? You remember that song by The Game? One blood, well, one blood. No. We're not one blood because Akon said Africans have a different blood than these Black Americans. These Black Americans are drunk. They're just stumbling all over the place with their pants sagging down. That's what Akon said. And nobody challenged it. Nobody said it was a problem except Black Americans. But you know what the problem is? Black Americans don't have any type of power. So let's listen to this nigga explain some more.
Because it's one thing to complain about it or to protest about it. It's another thing for us to come together and do something about it. Action is always going to be a better cure than sitting back and talking.
I mean, it's been interesting because with me doing so many interviews with different, people from different walks of life,
right?
Well as some of the things that my guest, and he's right. Gay music, he used America, and he was born in Jamaica. You can't say Jamaicans had nothing to do with it. You talk to like the,
and this is where they brought up DJ Academics. Somebody put that in the chat. This is where they're over there praising DJ Academics, who is from Jamaica. DJ Academics, who is supposed to be the top journalist of today. This is supposed to be the top journalist, DJ Academics in hip hop. He's from Jamaica. Talk to
certain
me.
people here because this is why people get at me. Yo, you not a journalist. Nigga, fuck journalism. You journalists are broke. I got Lambos, cars, mansions, all type of shit. I do what I want, okay? I'm here to be entertaining. Now, I'm not a liar, number one. But still, y'all little journalistic standards, get the fuck out of here. I'm not reading no big-ass book to tell me how to act. I'm a nigga. I act like a nigga. So I love all this bullshit. This is great.
This is where they went on to talk about DJ Academics and how he's good for the culture.
The Grandmaster Cavs in the world was like,
look at Akon. Somebody put that in chat. Look how happy Akon is. You see how happy Akon is to talk shit about Black Americans? Mind you, isn't it funny that Akon he literally made fun of Black Americans with the last name Jackson. How many Black Americans have the last name Jackson, Jefferson, Washington? He laughed at you for having that last name. But when you look at Akon's interviews, the number one story Akon loves to tell is when he met who? Michael Jackson. So you like when Mike, talk to me in the chat, guys. I'm about to get out of here. I just want you guys to understand where we're coming from. We're not having no hamster wheel conversation. So when Akon has a conversation with Michael Jackson, he tells everybody about it for the rest of his life. Go look up the interviews where Akon is bragging about meeting Michael Jackson. But now, when you're talking to the red man, you're joking about Black Americans that have the last name Jackson. I don't think you hear me. Hold on. I don't think you hear me. Hold on. Hold on.
your real names. You're not named Johnson.
Right, and Jackson.
And Washington. You know, your real names. Your real names. In Senegal, you actually know your history. You can trace your family back 100 generations, whatever else. You still have your names, your real names. You're not named Johnson.
And Jackson.
And Washington. And all the other slave owners that were.
You see? He said, ha, 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 red man. My name isn't. Remember, what is Akon's real name? We're about to get out of here, guys. I just wanted to really break this stuff down for you because nobody's going to break this down for you like I'm doing it right now. Everybody's going to talk shit about Akon being from Africa and he has a fucked up hairline. Nobody's going to tell you that Akon has his real name, which is Aliune Damala Badara Akon Theon. So Akon, who has his real name, he's joking with the red man. Look at Akon. Now, somebody put that in the chat. This is before the hairline transplant. What do you notice about this picture? How do I know that this is before the hairline transplant? How do I know that this video is before the hairline transplant?
That was the whole thing of walking around Senegal. People just felt, this was the first time I felt Black people just felt comfortable.
How do I know that this is before the hairline transplant? And look, this is after. I'm going to show you after the hairline transplant. Look. This is after the hairline transplant. You see, he took his motherfucking hat off. He took the hat off. Exactly, guys. And this is all I got to say, guys. I'm about to get out of here. I just want you guys to realize what was going on. Akon, he's just another one of those actors. Akon is another one of the people that have come against us, unfortunately. Now, is J-Lethal going to tell you to go back to Africa? No. I'm going to say it again. You can call me what you want to call me. But is J-Lethal going to tell you to pick up everything you own and go to Africa? I'm not going to do that. The same way I would not tell you to pick up everything you own and go to fucking Singapore. Somebody put that in the chat. I'm not going to tell you to pick up every penny and every nook and cranny and pick up your Doritos and your chips and pick up all of your last little bitty little ornaments. Pick up all your Christmas ornaments and move to fucking Singapore, China, or Bangkok. I'm not going to tell you to move to Zimbabwe either. Because from the looks of it, nobody likes us. That's the way I'm looking at it. And when it comes down to people like Akon, how about this? Until we have people to publicly call out Akon, and not just me, and not just a few other people on Black YouTube, until the things that Akon says about Black America become a sin. Somebody put that in the chat. The things that Akon says about Black America should be a sin to the quote-unquote diaspora. You know how many times I heard that word in the last year alone? The diaspora. The diaspora. Well, this talking shit about Black people, that needs to be a sin to the diaspora, or that diaspora does not exist. I'm not going to play any motherfucking more Akon videos because this is a bitch ass nigga. And on top of that, DJ Vlad might give me a copyright strike because I've already been playing a whole bunch of his shit. Fuck you, DJ Vlad. Fuck you, DJ Vlad, if you gonna give me a copyright strike. I don't give a fuck about your copyright strike. You think I give a fuck about your copyright strike? Matter of fact, you know what? I'm not even gonna talk shit. YouTube, you got it, YouTube. I don't want you to delete me, but if you want to delete this video, you know what it is, my nigga. You already know where I stand on this shit. I'm just saying, Akon, you a pussy ass nigga because you know that Black Americans are being left out of these opportunities. You said it yourself, but now you want to shit on us and you want to tell us to get over it. Which one is it, Akon? Talk to me in the chat. Should we remember that? Should we know that we don't have an opportunity because you said that the only reason you got an opportunity is because you're from Africa? So should Black Americans, should we know that we don't have any opportunities, or should we just forget about it? Because you're telling us to do both. You can't tell us to do both, bitch ass nigga. You fucking bitch ass nigga. And before I get out of here, let me play something positive. I don't know. This is something from the president of Ghana. I didn't watch the whole video. Actually, this is a long ass video. So if you guys want to get out of here, it's all good. I'm about to bounce. I think I got this last video. I got some more videos, but I could play that. I'm going to play this last video just to give some strength to the diaspora. Somebody put that in the chat. I'm gonna give some good faith to the fucking diaspora, and I'm not gonna feed into the African against African American thing, even though I don't call myself African American anymore. But I'm not gonna feed into that. I'm gonna play this video that I saw from the president of Ghana. Can somebody go Google this man's name? I don't know his name. The president of Ghana. Allegedly, he was talking about Black people in Africa and Black people in America. So let's just end the conversation with Akon, with the president of Ghana. Hopefully, he can bring some clarity. It's kind of a long video, but let's see what he has to say.
I've stated it before that it sometimes appears the words Africa and Africans have more resonance outside the continent than inside. When we are home on our continent, it always seems very important to assert that we are Ghanaians, Ivorians, Kenyans, Nigerians, Swazis, Senegalese, Rwandans, South Africans, and Zambians. Then we find ourselves outside the continent, and then we discovered that to the outside world, there are no Ghanaians, there are no Senegalese, and there are no Tanzanians. There are only Africans, and we are all simply Africans. The lesson for me is clear. Our destinies are intricately linked with each other, and we're talking not only about those of us on the continent, but about the Africans in the diaspora as well. The urgent responsibility we face is to make our countries and our continent attractive for our peoples, to see them as places of opportunities. It means we must provide education, quality education and skills training. It means our young people must acquire the skills that run modern economies. The impact of a successful Africa on the image and standing of Africans in the diaspora applies with equal force to the image and standing of her sons and daughters who go by the name African Americans, and indeed to all her kith and kin in the Americas and the Caribbean. There's a lot of room for your perspectives and energies back in Africa. The second half of the 20th century witnessed a great blow for human progress and freedom when the African peoples, in the wake of Ghana's shining example, liberated themselves from the colonial and imperialist yoke and the racist ideology of apartheid and emerged as free, independent peoples to construct new nations of hope and advancement. The first half of the 21st century should consolidate this development and see the growth of modern, prosperous, technologically advanced nations within a united Africa, which would make a reality of the dream of the 21st century as the African century and bring dignity and respect to black people all over the world. We've done enough talking, and dare I say we've had enough conferences and workshops. We know what we need to do. It is time just to do it. We've run out of excuses for the state of our continent. We have the manpower, we should have the political will. It is time to make Africa work. We have good reason to be proud of who we are and the beautiful continent that is ours with its vibrant cultures. The geographic space covered by Africa makes it the second largest of the 7 continents. It has 30% of the world's remaining minerals of value. It has some of the most breathtaking scenes on our planet. It has plants and animals that are wonders of the world and critical for the survival of the globe. I hear a lot about the need to change our narrative and tell our own good story. Ladies and gentlemen, as the saying goes, nothing succeeds like success. If we work at it, if we stop being beggars and spend Africa's monies inside the continent, Africa would not need to ask for respect from anyone. We would get the respect we deserve. Over 30 years ago, one of America's most prestigious Ivy League universities offered a course in Mandarin, which for years had virtually no takers. Today, there is standing room only. And it is not because the course is any easier. It is because the position of China has changed. 30 years ago, 20 years ago, China was nowhere near where it is today. China does not ask for anyone for respect now, she does not need it. Let us make our continent the prosperous and joyful place it should be, and the respect would follow. I thank you for your attention.
Now, I'm about to get out of here, guys. Thank you guys for joining me. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you were here with me tonight. I'm going to read the comments later. The last thing I have to say is this. That was a beautiful speech, right? And he mentioned Black Americans for a quick moment. And he mentioned, of course, what they always tell Black Americans, come on back home. Somebody put that in the chat. What is the main thing they tell Black Americans? Come on back home. You need to help Africa and this type of thing. It's cool and dandy, but I need people like the president of Ghana to have conversations publicly or privately with Akon. A real genuine public or private conversation with Akon and people who think like Akon, whether it's the elders or the young generation. We need to have conversations with people like Akon before we can just come on back home. Because like KJ says, it's a beautiful speech. It was a beautiful speech. But the fact of the matter is, I'm not coming home to nothing where niggas is calling me a kata. Think about this, KJ. If niggas is going to be calling me some crazy names in their own language, I would rather them do that in America, where I know, at least I know what street I'm on. At least I know where the fuck the bus stop is. I don't know where the bus stop is in Zimbabwe. I don't know where the fuck does the bus stop go in Zimbabwe? I get on the bus, all I hear is the Lion King music. Eh, babareña, sabareña, bara. I don't know what bus stop I'm on. I barely know what street I'm on in America. I don't even think the GPS works in Zimbabwe. Talk to me in the chat. I got to get the fuck out of here. But like I said, it's a beautiful time to be alive. And if you want me to come back to Africa, you got to convince me I was there from the first place. And you got to convince me I'm going to be comfortable there. You can't just ignore Akata. You can't just ignore Akon. You can't just ignore the Dahomey tribe. Am I right or am I wrong, guys? I'm about to get out of here. I just need to know before I get out of here, because a lot of people tell me I'm a crazy individual. I need to know from you. Am I right or am I wrong?
Of it you take in, the stronger you get. And somewhere along the way, I kind of got addicted to truth, because I was like, man, you know, once you get the taste of what it feels like to speak it, even in private, after having been denied the right to do so for a long time, you kind of get addicted to it. You kind of like it. You kind of want more of it all the time. And I want more and more of it. I love standing in it. I know that people who tell the truth, like, people hate people who tell them the truth. I know that. I've kind of learned that along the way. People, they really hate your guts if you tell the truth and stuff. And they say they love truth sayers and truth tellers, but they really only like you after you've been dead about 400 years. And mostly if you died in a horrible, torturous way for telling the truth, then they kind of like you for being a truth teller, like, you know, a few hundred years after you're dead. But I don't care. I think about that a lot, and I think about, like, why don't you just stay home? You know, why don't you just shut up for a while and knit or something? You can have a real good life, I say to myself. You can have a real comfortable life. You can have parties, and you could, like, make movies, and you could go back on TV, and you could do, like, fun stuff. But, you know, I'd rather be part of truth. I don't know. I'm mentally ill or something. I don't know.
Sensational.
And that's where I'm going to end this show tonight, guys. Thank you guys for joining me. It was a beautiful time to be alive. I'm a runaway slave. You know I love to play music. I would love to blast my music, but I can't play music right now. So just imagine I played some good music. Um, Shout out to Roseanne Barr. Um, Roseanne, again, we wrestle not against flesh and blood. So I talk a lot about black and white, but I've seen a lot of white people who I have no fucking problem with them. And if you ask me, I would rather chill with them in heaven amongst other people. There's some white people that I would chill with them in heaven. I would chill with them. I don't have a problem with that. Me personally, I might be a coon ass nigga, but I've met some white people. I've met some Indian people. I've met some whatever people, African people that I would chill with in heaven. So we just can't get too full of ourselves. We always have to keep our eyes open. Remember, keep your eyes open for the serpent. Always be on the run. Always be in survival mode. You have to be in survival mode. It's not fun, but this is the lifestyle of the runaway. I'm going to read your comments later. Thank you guys for joining me. Could have been anywhere in the world, but you're hearing me tonight. Wish I could join you and read some more comments. I really do. But I don't like to get too far. And somebody told me this one time, or I heard this, and I think it was pretty cool. It was something like this. I'm going to butcher it, but it was something like this. You can't tell them everything you know at one time because you got to give them something to wonder about, right? I pretty much butchered it, but something like that. You can't tell them everything you know. You got to give them something to wonder about. So I can't give you all my receipts. I got to give you something to wonder about. And you know what's crazy? Last thing, the most recent video I put on my YouTube. Did you guys see that video? Put a 7 in the chat if you saw the video I put on my YouTube, the most recent one with the red background, the porno star. She said she sucks dick on camera and she wants her son to fight for her. And she thinks it's funny that her son fights for her. That video is reaching 1,000 views. I don't know how the fuck that video is reaching 1,000 views, but it's like a 2-minute video. I put it up of this woman talking about how she sucks dick on camera and her son is fighting for her because the little boys make fun of her. And that video is about to reach 1,000 views. I don't know how. So if that's what breaks through the matrix, it is what it is. Maybe you'll see my other videos. All praise be to the Most High God. Thank you all for whoever sent me stuff and donations and all that other stuff. It's not about the money, but I do appreciate you guys. And I hope that what I give to you on these videos is at least the equivalent of what you're giving to me. And to me, next time I see you, I gotta go, man. I haven't eaten. I gotta go eat some food. I gotta get some rest. Thank you guys. Please. You already know what it is. Holla at your motherfucking boy. I'm gonna read your comments later. Please be cautious. I will see you next week if it be the will of the Most High God. I love you. Thank you for being. Please be safe. Vibrate higher. I made that. I just made that. I heard that from this song, Andre 3000 song. You ever heard this one song by Andre 3000? Go listen to that song by Andre 3000. Andre 3000 on the Love Below. It's called Vibrate Higher. I think that's what it's called, or it's just called Vibrate. That was one of my favorite songs, and it just stuck with me subconsciously. And one time, my first video on YouTube, it was my very first video on YouTube, and at the end of the video, for some reason, I said, fuck that, vibrate higher. And ever since then, every single video, I end my video with vibrate higher. So that's just a little tidbit of information. Holla at your motherfucking boy and vibrate higher.